And we are live for day 3 of bLU Talk's Amplify Your Message. I am your host, Laura Lake, and today I'm joined by my initial co-host for the day. We're going to have an extra playful day with 2 co-hosts where they overlap just a little bit because we want to make sure that people have a chance to come and join me. And sometimes it doesn't always match their full day schedules. So Wendy, I just want to say thank you for volunteering to do this with me. Can you tell us just a little bit about you so that we know where you're coming from with your curiosity and your questions today?
Certainly. Let me just turn my sound up because we're in noisy area here. Okay, Wendy Corner. Where to start? Well, you can tell from the accent that I'm not from North America, originally from the UK, and then emigrated. In fact, 11 years ago today, I landed in Perth, Australia. So I was there for about 10 years and then I moved all over the place in this last few months. Anyway, my background, speech pathologist by training, now work with speakers, particularly authors, to take them from page to stage. And that stage can be podcast, virtual interview like this, or it could be the raised platform with the microphone type of thing.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit about me.
Yeah, I think that's actually how we met.
It is.
You were at a networking event for speakers that I think is based in Australia. Is that where the circle is based?
No.
Oh, it's not based there. Oh, I just assumed. Good to know. Yeah. But yeah, met you during that whole community with speakers. So for those who have never met me, yes, I am the host of bLU Talk's Amplify Your Message, but I also help speakers, but I do it in a different way. I want to know the emotional journey, the emotional thread behind the story that you have. So it's not about the thing that happened to you, it's about your perception of the thing. And so while people come to me because they want to create clients through storytelling, what they actually need is to talk about emotional health and vulnerability and to be able to do that on the stage, which is an inner job. So you work on that. See, I love how we're the same but different. I just love it. We have that same language. So I'm excited to bring our first guest on stage. Will is backstage. Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to join us. Awesome. Welcome to the stage, Will.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here.
Okay, so what I normally do, I know neither of you don't really know what the run of show is, but I like to just shake things up a little bit.
Good.
We tend to go to the networking events. We hear your elevator pitches, your memorized bio, whatever that looks like. I don't want to know any of that. I have a different question, which tells us a little bit about that at the same time.
Sure.
So I'm going to grab my pen wherever it went, or a different one, sure. And I'm going to ask.
I've got one here for you.
Oh, thanks. Okay, awesome. Will, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Vulnerable, authentic, and courageous.
Oh, you're my type of person already. Vulnerable, nice. Authentic, and courageous.
Mm-hmm.
I can't write sometimes as fast as people speak, but I am creating notes of everybody, and I'm creating a spreadsheet based on what people say, finding patterns. Why do I ask this, Will? It's because we get to learn so much about who you are, your business, your message, how you show up in the world, before you even tell us any of that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Will. Vulnerable, courageous. What was the 3rd word?
Authentic.
Authentic. Yep. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let's use those words, the vulnerable, authentic, and courageous. How do those words play a role in your core message?
So my story is that I had to find the courage to reinvent my life later than most people do. So I was 55 when I kind of restarted my life 5 years ago. Part of that was a journey through recovery from, in my case, addiction. But we're often addicted. I heard you talking about how we perceive ourselves. Oftentimes we're addicted to our own stories. That's the worst addiction we face, is the stories we tell ourselves. Mm-hmm. And so finding the courage in that process, I was I had been an executive at large firms before some of my own actions really kind of brought my life to a crashing halt. And just as I was starting to kind of piece things back together, we had a pandemic, a global pandemic. So I had to find, first of all, the courage. How can I show up in the world? How can I begin to create just a way of living in the world that was sustainable for me, was sustainable for the people around me, and would leave a better world behind? And one of the ways I recognized to do that was something I recognized from kind of the recovery world, which is being vulnerable. We think vulnerability is a weakness, but it's often our greatest strength. Like the people we really worship, like how many people have watched Brene Brown's talk on vulnerability? It's because when we see it, right? Yeah. When we see it, we're like, oh, I want that. I want to embrace that. But also authenticity. I think, we live in a world where it seems like everybody's trying to sell something to everybody else. And now, of course, with tools like AI, which are great, they're helpful to a degree, but they also give us the ability to just put more stuff out there that's not necessarily who we are. So really finding the way to show up authentically. This is who I am, and I would love to help guide you in your life. If that's something that's of value to you, then let's have that conversation. That's a very different conversation than here's what the AI bot told me it thinks you will buy. That's not a value, but we're going to see more and more of that. The more these assistive technologies grow, the more we're going to be challenged. How can we show up as truly ourselves in this world?
Yeah. Oh, no, go ahead, Wendy.
No, I'm just agreeing. Yes.
Oh, okay. So what I was going to say is that ChatGPT and all those AI things, the way that I tend to use them, because it's a whole conversation to just get into AI.
Mm-hmm.
The way I've been feeling good about using it is more as a sounding board, more as, help, because I'm an external processor, but I work from home.
Right.
So, like, where are the people that I can have that conversation basically with myself so that I can process that information and then know what to do that's right for me. And so I like using it that way. Just to kind of have a little bit of that conversation for people. Will, how do you see AI in your work and what you stand for moving forward?
I think it's a valuable tool, like every tool that has its place. And I really like the way you framed it, because it's not we think like, well, here's this tool and suddenly it's going to do all the work for me. No, it does precisely what we ask it to do. So I've been in technology for a very long time. I've been using before large language models, which is what AI is based on. I've used something called neural networks, and I was a social network researcher at one point. So like we understand how all these things connect, but it's really great for a sounding board. I actually have created in my life, I've struggled throughout my life with various kinds of learning disabilities. And so I actually have a chat which helps me create strategies. Whenever I'm stuck, when I'm procrastinating, I have a chat bot, which actually helps me with that. There's a talk that I've given, which is how to write a book with AI. And people often will show up thinking, oh, good, this will do everything for me. And then then comes the hard part, which is, here's how you use these tools to make yourself a better writer. And like you're suggesting, it's creative writing coach is very helpful. I use tools like Hemingway and Grammarly that are helpful in sort of making you a better communicator. Really, that's the goal, is how do I take what's inside of me, what's in my heart, what's in my intuition, and how do I express it well in the marketplace? And the tools are great for that. What they can't do is put something in your heart. Like that has to be there. And that's something that we generate ourselves through the work that we do in meditation and self-discovery and things like that.
To bring in that idea of the courage and the authenticity, and what was your other word? Vulnerability, since we're just talking about it, to bring all of that into this conversation about AI, I find that many of the people that I speak to, they are what we call mess to message solopreneurs. Like they've been through some sort of mess. Now they're trying to share the lessons of that. So it is in their heart, but they haven't done enough of that self-awareness work to be able to talk to and use AI in an elevated language to be able to pull that out of them.
Yeah.
Instead, they're just kind of limited to how far they've grown within themselves.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And one important.
Yeah. One thing I learned from Lisa Nichols, the amazing speaker, is the valley process. So I was here, this thing happened to bring me down into the valley, and then here's how I got to the other side, and here's what it looks like now, which is actually quite similar in the various kinds of recovery rooms. You hear what it was like, what happened, and what I'm like now. So there's a kind of a universal theme here. But it's the climbing up the mountain that takes courage. It's the climbing up the mountain that takes vulnerability, and really you have to show up as your authentic self. And oftentimes I think people, they're in the mess. They want to share their story with people, but they're still living so much in the valley and in the mess of things that they haven't really gotten to a message yet. And so it's that, how do we invite people into that climbing the hill, so that on the other side of that, you'll have this amazing story that people are really excited to hear, because you're not quoting some scientific data or research statistics. What you're saying is, I know this works because I can personally validate it in my own story.
Yeah. Now, this is a lovely conversation, and I want to dive deeper, and we're all kind of in this area, so we get to have the depth of this conversation. So Will and Wendy, I'm going to ask both of you about this, because this is my sweet spot. When we're sharing those stories about the dip or the valley or whatever we call them, yes, there's what life was like, then there's the struggle or whatever that dip moment is, the dark stuff we don't like to talk about, and then how we've grown to come out of it. What I'm finding is that if we want to be vulnerable with people, and that vulnerability is the thing that opens us up to have people connect with us, and that takes courage to do that, they tend to want to stick to the side of the thing that happened or the situation itself.
Yeah.
But that doesn't take a whole lot of courage to talk about the thing when we remove emotion. So I would like to, that's the preface. So I'd like to ask both of you, in your experiences with the courage and the authenticity and the vulnerability in storytelling, when do you start to see the switch from talking about the thing to finally adding in that whole layer of emotions? Because I do what's called the emotional dip, which will tie together all of your dips and valleys, not just that one.
I love it.
Yeah.
Wendy, do you want to start?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Oh, well, it is a recognized thing that if people will sit with that emotion and speak from the wounds, it's not doing either the speaker or the audience any good, because you're using the stage as catharsis, as therapy, and your audience, who are either paid or unpaid therapists, no, that's an abuse of your position on the stage. So when I'm working with clients, I get them to describe what's happened from an observer's perspective. So there's still a level of emotion that they are recognizing, but they're not living deep in it and stuck in the mire. Because if you're stuck in the mire, you can't see a way out. Your audience is just going to go.
Exactly. What about you, Will? How are you seeing that vulnerability and courage?
I think I'm going to suggest that I think it's a both and. So in some of the audiences that I'm a part of or that I speak to, it's comprised of people that already are aware of the mess. If I go to a Joe Dispenza seminar, I'm not going to find a lot of people who aren't self-aware. They're, by virtue of the fact that they're there, they're more aware of it. Some of the work I do, particularly in my corporate settings, is really inviting people, first of all, to be vulnerable enough to understand and acknowledge the mess. I'll tell you a quick story. I was leading a workshop with a group of executives of a large insurance company. And they had this one person who was known as really kind of a just hard-nosed person. You don't go to this person for anything. And they were the CFO. They controlled all the money. And this was a workshop. It wasn't a speaking engagement, but bringing them into a place of vulnerability, what we discovered was this individual had grown up as an African-American person in the American Southeast in the 50s during like forced desegregation. And suddenly this person's trauma made a little more sense because we were able to create the space where people could be vulnerable. So I think there is that work. Like, how do we create the space, whether it's in a workshop or whether it's in a large group speaking setting or a coaching setting? How do we create the space where people can be vulnerable? And then how do we invite people into the other side of the hill? What I've learned from my own experience and from my experience working with individuals, individual clients, executives, is that much as I might want them to climb the hill, it's not until they, I call it radical self-ownership, not until they express a radical self-ownership are they willing to say, okay, what's the work to get up the hill? And can you help me with that work? Which is a fundamentally different question. A little harder to do when we're in a speaking setting, but what I really aim to do is when I'm creating a talk, I always begin Stephen Covey style. I begin with the end in mind and say, how do I want people to be transformed when they walk out of here? And then I kind of walk back into the talk from there. And so I'm really looking for specific ways I can invite people to take that trauma, take that mess, take that pain, and use it to transform themselves.
I find the key in all of this discussion between the situation or the thing versus the emotions is, I know that when we go into the emotion, just as you said, Wendy, if we go too far, then we're needing that therapist. Mm-hmm. But the hardest part that I find is when you can touch on that emotion and speak to that emotion, but from a place of love and healing and what I call the sparkle. It is so hard to do that. Yeah. It takes massive courage to do that because it takes a lot of personal development. So I would love to know, what is so courageous in your mind, Will, about getting your message out there, whether it's on a stage, in a book, podcast, whatever it happens to be, however they choose to share. What do you think from your perspective is that biggest courageous piece?
For me, the courageous piece, and there is both the courage to kind of put yourself out there. So even just the act of being a speaker, emailing event organizers, emailing corporate, like all that takes a certain amount of courage itself. But then within the context of the talk, for me, the greatest courage is, am I willing to really share at a level of vulnerability that I feel like the audience can connect with me? I did a TEDx talk almost 3 years ago now that was all about my recovery, and it involved some really difficult things to talk about publicly. But I asked myself, who could be transformed by that? How could people be different because of giving this talk? And what that does for me is, it takes it shifts the responsibility off of me and gives it to something greater that's happening in the world that sometimes I don't even understand. But when I'm willing to be vulnerable and show up and share that story, I do get the feedback that, wow, you shared that, and here's how I went through some transformation. You shared that, and here's how my life was different afterward, and I'm grateful for that. And what I recognize is that some of that happened because I prepared well and I did all the basics that I was supposed to do. But it also happened because I was vulnerable enough to believe that I'm sort of in control, but really all I'm in control of is me. Like, I'm in control of me, giving a good talk, showing up well, being on time. Like, those are things that I can control. And the rest of it is I give to something greater than me in the world.
So, Will, what are the different ways that you have chosen to share your message? The typical is the speaking, the podcasting, the writing. Have you done any or all of those?
I have. I do speaking. I am just relaunching my podcast. It relaunches in January of next year. And I've just written a book. So actually, I just finished a book in September called Slow Change. And it's based on the belief that change is both possible, but also enjoyable. So much of what we see out there about change is like, oh, it's so hard and there's so much work to do. And that's true as well. But, I spent a lot of time in kitchens, and I've never seen, a chef doesn't ever go into a kitchen thinking, how much pain is this going to be? They go into a kitchen thinking, I love the process of creating and serving people beautiful food. And when we think about, for me at least, when I think about my work that way, when I think about how I'm showing up as a podcaster, as a writer, as a speaker, really I'm asking, like, how can I set the table and prepare a beautiful feast that I can invite people to, whose lives will be richer for having come?
Yeah. Now, you mentioned you had a podcast, but you didn't tell us what the podcast name was.
The podcast is called Mission Driven You. And then this entire year, we'll be focusing on content from the book on slow change. So really asking, how do we kind of take a step back? Are the changes that occur in me, at least the significant and substantial ones, didn't happen overnight. They didn't happen in 30 days or 90 days. In fact, they're happening. That's kind of the way I think about it. Change is something that is happening to me, not something that happened. So the podcast is called Mission Driven You. And the focus all this year will be on the content around slow change. And then my Substack is drwillsamson.substack.com.
So, Wendy, I noticed you had a question. You checked it in the private chat. That's just for the three of us. Nobody else.
Oh, yes. No. I'm writing notes because that was the question that Will was asking. How can people be transformed by my message as the premise for getting on stage? The reverse engineering thing. So that's his end goal. How can people be transformed by my message? And then work backwards. So those were notes for me.
Oh, okay. I was like, private.
That's fine. I don't mind. I'm not going to be happy to share.
One of the things I realized was that words are cheap, like words come and go. What matters is the message, and I am the message. And everything else is just an instance of that. The words I put down, the words I speak, whether it's in a podcast interview or to an audience, doing a webinar, seminar, on Substack, those words are just instances of the message, but I'm the message. The message is, here's what I've been through. Here's how I have been able to bring some transformation in my life. Here's how I found a sense of peace and self-love and these things that seem to evade me for years. And I'm the message. And then all the other things I just see as instances of that message. How do I tell that part of that story to this particular group of people in this particular time? That's all I'm doing.
Okay, I'm going to playfully pick on Wendy just for a second. You should take all of those wonderful notes and put them in the comments tab instead of the private chat, unless they're private. That way we can have them on the YouTube and on the Facebook, and then I can pull them up to screen too. Because I can't.
I'm doing a Laura at this point. Because, Will, if you and I have both been on group calls when Laura's been there, you know that she shares her notes in the chat. And if you haven't experienced that,
I have not yet, but I hope to. Sure.
Oh, she's a very handy person to have in the room because she takes notes that you forgot to. I
love it. That's great.
I'm happy to share.
Yeah, and we're all filling our roles. That's kind of how the world works. One of the things I've been playing around lately with is what I call my life team. Like, how do I create a life team? And the way I illustrate this is, imagine you were going to visit Apple, the Apple headquarters in Cupertino, and you walked in and a tall guy with an Alabama accent said, hey, can I get you a cup of coffee? Can I take your coat? And all of a sudden you realize you're talking to Tim Cook, the CEO. And your first thought would be, well, surely you have something better to do than get coffee or show me to my room. Like, you're the CEO. I'm sure there are other people who do that. And yet when we think we're supposed to be the CEO of our own life, we think we're supposed to fulfill every role. And what would it look like to live invitationally, where we invite other people to help fill out some of those roles for us in the same way that we are filling out those roles for them. It's just a kind of a way of living into interdependence.
Love that. I'm apparently not able to do it unless I sign up on YouTube and do 101 other things. So it's going to be a little bit of a long haul. So forgive me. I will continue to write, and happy to share later. I'm happy to share the notes in the YouTube show notes if you'd like me to.
Oh, that would be fun. Nice. Thank you, Wendy. Okay, so Will, you talked a lot about change. I know that there are so many people who want to resist the change.
Right.
Any change, no matter what it is. When people are kind of still in that this seems really nice phase, and maybe they might start to take action, but they haven't taken the action yet. What would you say to those people when they're just starting to put in the effort?
For me, the key in my own experience and what I've seen in the clients that I've coached is to really begin to ask the question of what identity do I need to inhabit to live into that? We are three-centered people. We have a head where we process data. We have a gut where we act, like my gut tells me, okay, it's time to get stuff done. But in between our head and our gut is our heart, and that's where we form our identity. And we all know the stories and probably even have them in our own life. Like, well, I was going to start running. So I put my shoes by the door. I did all the things cognitively they told me to do. And 3 weeks later, they're just gathering dust and I haven't done a thing. And I'm sitting here eating bonbons, watching Netflix or whatever. Because what really matters is who we tell ourselves we are, which is that identity. There's a fascinating study from the Journal of Physical Science, which says that the people who self-identify as athletes are more likely to eat well, exercise, do all the things they need to do to care for their body. And that's true even if they're people who run 3 5Ks a year. If they describe themselves as an athlete, they tend to live like that. And so what I really encourage people to do is to ask, like, what kind of identity is going to create the future you that you hope to see in 3 years, 5 years, at the end of your life and so on. Because it is that identity that either assists us or gets in the way of the things that we want to do. We're really, you could almost think of it too. There's a kind of a neuroscientific way to think about it. Our brain is where we plan. Okay, I'm going to be something, whatever that thing is. And then we have various centers within our brain that tell us what to do, but it's the amygdala, that lizard part of the brain where we store the stories about ourselves, which is really all identity is, just a story we tell ourselves. And it's not until we can kind of get into those fear stories and the other stories that we tell that we can really begin to shape changes in our life and affect changes in our life. And to me, the way to do that is through identity formation. What identity, what kind of person or what kinds of identities do I need to inhabit in order to do the things I want to create the things I want to create in my life and in the world?
Now it's funny because you already answered a question that I would have asked with that. Who does Will want to be? Well, Will wants to be vulnerable, authentic, and courageous.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's how you want to show up in the world. That's how you want people to treat you. That's how you want them to see you. That's how you do business and your message and your life, or at least that's what's valuable to you. So Absolutely. Now the question, I guess, is how well do you feel as though you align to all of those as a today identity and not a tomorrow identity?
Yeah. A little more each day.
Yeah.
That's progress, not perfection. Again, something that I borrow from the recovery community, but it's progress, not perfection. One of the reasons my life crashed was I had too many competing stories and too many stories I was telling myself that were really going to keep me from accomplishing how I wanted to show up in the world. And actually a big part of the story was I believed if I had a title that had a C in front of it, CIO, CTO, whatever. I believed if I had a certain amount of money in my bank account, I believed all these, like if I could accomplish these measurable things, that I would find joy and contentment. And what I found instead was that the stories were still there. They didn't go away. And so my path to becoming courageous and authentic and vulnerable, I'm happy to report is that I'm a little more each day, with some setback, with some obvious, it's particularly if we're self-employed or we have a small group. I've just got a couple people who work with me. It's easy to, feel like, oh my gosh, I'm not doing enough. But when we take the emphasis away from doing and really try to put it onto being, that's a different measurement, because I may or may not do what I hoped I would do. I may or may not land that speaking gig, or I may not sign that client, but I can still be who I am. It's I don't know if you know the work of Viktor Frankl. He wrote a book called Man's Search for Meaning. He was which he wrote on squiggly little scraps of paper while he was in the concentration camps in Nazi Germany. And he came out and he wrote this book called Man's Search for Meaning. And one of the best quotes from it, he said, the only thing that can't be taken away from a human, which is our greatest human freedom, is the freedom to choose our attitude in any given situation. And that's really about being. What am I being? What am I becoming? What I'm doing is going to come and go. I'll have more or less success in some of the things that I'm doing. I'll have more or less money in my bank account. But none of those things really impact my ability to be, to live into these values and this way of showing up in the world.
That's a lesson I have been trying to learn over the last year or so, because I thought that my value, that my confidence was in my doingness.
Sure.
I didn't really understand what beingness was, or self-worth, or things like that. I'm like, I'm confident in my skills. I am confident in my accomplishments. And then to not understand worth and have worth way down here, it just makes everything spiral if everything's not perfect. So then it felt like my life was doing this all the time.
Absolutely.
But now I'm learning about the inner work of the worth. So, Will, what does your beingness look like for you?
So some of it is how I show up in the world. Am I willing to inhabit these values? Some of it, though, also means I'm willing to be authentic. And for me, at least, that has meant there's certain things I don't engage in because I'm not able to be that thing in that position. So like in my practice, in my consulting practice, I'm moving more and more away from sort of traditional consulting, because what that required was for me to like be more, to really focus on, okay, how do I create a PowerPoint deck that's going to cause this team to do this and that and that? And I realized that even some of the best corporations in America are run by people who are very broken. And so what beingness for me looks like is, how do I show up in the world and do things that will allow me to be that, which may mean walking away sometimes from maybe easy money or easier money. It may mean walking away from things that, I don't know, maybe people in my neighborhood might think is cool, but really don't actually allow me to be that. And so the question is, how can I be these things in a way that I can create value in the world for the people around me, the clients I work with, and the future? Eckhart Tolle talks about this in The Power of Now. He talks about that all we can really affect is our internal transformation, but that when we do so, we can begin to change what we transform externally around us. And so for me, it looks more like what's a way of being, and also what are a set of practices, things like meditation and breathing. What are a set of practices that allow me to live into these values, to be this thing in the world, and then what does that look like if I create instances of that being in the world, in coaching, in writing, speaking, and so on?
So, Will, if you could rub a genie lamp or snap your fingers and have something crazy cool happen for your goal, for your life change, for your new identity, whatever that is, what would you wish for? What would you want to just happen like that?
I'm going to have a really hard time answering that question, and I'll tell you why. I'm not going to. I know I've been on enough interviews to be careful pushing back against a question the host asks. But
no, it's fine.
What bedeviled me for years was what I call the lottery mentality. This belief that somehow around the corner there was something that just perfectly, like, wow, that if that just happened, that would be great. The question I can answer is, what do I hope my life will look like in 3 years? That's a better question to answer. So, that's a question I know how to answer, actually. Let me put it that way. So what I think the world would look like would be that the people I work with were more committed to slow change, to this purposeful, intentional process of transformation. The organizations I speak to were committed to the future. There's a phrase that I use a lot called becoming a better ancestor. I didn't invent it. It was by a guy named Ari Wallach. But like, the people I work with will be better ancestors. They're going to think, okay, not just how is this thing going to affect me next week? How is it going to affect my company's revenue growth for the next quarter, whatever, but what is the world going to look like in 100 years because I do these things? And then the third thing I would say that it would look like if I were to achieve the vision is that I really spent more of my time in this state and less of my time sort of in the striving and the yearning and because we all do. It's just the human condition. We want to be better. And so often I still get caught up in these stories of like, well, if this could happen, then imagine. What I'm really seeking to do is, how can I show up as my most vulnerable, authentic self with courage?
Yeah.
And then expect the world is bringing good things to me. I believe we live in a world that is challenged, for sure, but where it is fundamentally good and wants good things for me. And so my job is not so much to strive and work and toil and, get my knuckles bare, although I work hard at what I do. It's really more, how do I live into that? And that's especially true in times of chaos. There's a great illustration. I can't remember the name of the meditation teacher. He talks about this, though, that when ships that are powered by rudders, motor-driven rudders, when they get out of the water, the captain knows to turn the rudder off, because otherwise the rudder is there to create motion to move you against the water. But if there's no water, the rudder will literally shake the ship apart. It will fall apart at the seams. And so what I'm learning to practice, especially when things are crazy, is how do I, sometimes the best work I can do is to sit in the intensity and the uncertainty and the frustration, kind of sit in it, lean in it, and say, what is this thing trying to tell me? What are these circumstances trying to tell me? Because I don't believe the world is out to get me. I believe the world is out to make me a better human. So with that in mind, how do I lean into the frustration? How do I lean into the tension and say, how can you teach me?
Yeah. The question was mostly to get most people to think outside the stories that they tell themselves or what they think is possible for them, because many times we hold ourselves back. So if I'm asking you about your big dreams and desires, there's people listening. There's people co-hosting. There's people that are being interviewed as well who might listen to you and go, wow, Will, that is something that I'm desiring to do too. I wonder how we can work together, or maybe I have this connection, right?
Yeah.
That's what I want this to be about. But you still showed us what is in your heart. You still showed us where you want to be. So that same energy is there. So thank you for that. Will, we have a few minutes left. I just want to make sure that people know where to find you and what your favorite way of communicating is.
You bet. You can find me at willsamson.com, and there is no P in Samson. Oftentimes people spell it with a P, so it's willsamson.com. You can find me at drwillsamsonsubstack.com, and you can find me on my podcast, A Mission Driven You, which, like I said, goes live in January. I'm also on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. I'm in all the usual places, all the places you might suspect to find somebody in this day and age.
Yeah. I also have to ask, are you related to any Samsons in Nova Scotia?
Yes.
Are you really? Like Cape Breton?
No, in fact, so
are we related?
That would be insane.
Would be insane.
There were five Samson men.
Yeah.
And one, let me see if I get this right. You know what? I might be related to, no, I think I am related to some Samsons there. So several of them came over to the US and to Canada, and then others went to South Africa. They were all in Scotland, but they went to South Africa. And actually my cousin, he and I reconnected years later. I don't know what cousin he is. He's my dad's cousin's son, whatever that makes. I don't
know.
But yeah, no, and I would not be at all surprised. I've actually been doing a lot of work lately on ancestral, like understanding my ancestral heritage, understanding what traumas I inherited through ancestral lineage. So if I met somebody from, let's see, my dad was born in Kirkcaldy, which is up in the north of Scotland.
Kingdom of Fife.
Yeah, there you go. And then my mom's family is all from Aberdeen, the Aberdeen area. So
yeah. Oh, that's so
nice. I lived almost 20 years just down the road from there in Murray.
There you go. Yeah, it's beautiful, beautiful country. And actually, yeah, I'd have to go back in my memory bank to remember, but I know we visited family in Nova Scotia. I'd have to I was the youngest of six and the only boy. So in some ways I was kind of like, almost like a plaything for my sisters. So frankly, kind of like remembering all the things. So many things happened when I was younger, remembering them all. But yeah, we have family in Nova Scotia.
Oh, that's so funny. I'll have to connect with you behind the scenes because I know this could be a whole 45-minute chat. But Will, before we go, with about 60 seconds or so left, I like to hold space at the end of an interview just in case there's something on your head or in your heart that you need to share. So is there anything that you want to leave our audience with?
Yes. I would love for those of us that are trying to sustain ourselves economically by speaking, coaching, to remember that the universe is good. And when you are willing to put your true self out into the world, you can expect to be embraced.
Awesome. Woo. Chatting to the wrong thing. Thank you so much, Will, for being so vulnerable and courageous and authentic with us. To give your words back to you. This was a delight, and expect an email from me.
I will look forward to it.
Okay. Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
Lovely to meet you, Will.
And our next guest is behind the scenes. Gloria, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to join us. You went to go change your shirt.
You hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay.
I had no idea you had tattoos. I'm automatically interested.
Yes, I do. It's been like the story of my life in here.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Is there memorial stuff in there as well?
Yeah, there's a lot in there. Number one, I was like kind of rebellious with my father when I did my first tattoo that was in my back. And then I have to stop for a long time. And then when I got here to the United States of America, I said, it's my time to start writing my story in my tattoos. So I put the name on my podcast. I also put Brave, the name of my grandson. Then this each like rose is like every time I transform part of my life. Like when I work in myself and like I want to, for example, I work in my anger issues and stuff. So when I just feel that I didn't have that anger for everything, then I put a rose on it. So that remember me, like, this is, this is a memory that I did transform something in my life.
I love that. I love tattoos and I love scars because I know that they always come with stories. Even if the story was, I was bored one night, I chose something off a wall. Right? There's always those stories. So, Gloria, the way that I normally start an interview is with a research question that I have, just to kind of shake up the typical bio and elevator pitches, because I want to get to know who Gloria is behind the business and message.
Okay, behind the business is Gloria is the woman that is a resilient. Is a woman that always look for transformation, that always look to be better with myself and others. I'm a very happy person because and I try to be, try to be happier every time, because happy is when you feel happy, but sometimes the happiness change onto different circumstances in life. But even going through those circumstances in life, I always try to focus in my happiness and keep it that way. So I'm a grandmother of a 2 years old grandson. I've been a single mother for a long time. All my life. She's already 30 years old, and I'm proud of myself, being a single mother and be able to raise her. And I'm a very simple person. I like the minimalist approach. I was maximalist before and spending a lot of money in frugal stuff. Now I'm more into conscious and minimalist and trying to be more looking for freedom. So that's my goal. I was kidnapped when I was 25 years old, and that experience teach me how to be free. But it's not like something very simple. It takes a long time to be able to be free. So that is Gloria, a woman that is resilient, looking always to be free in different ways and different angles of my life.
Nice. So usually the way I ask it is, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
A resilience, a freedom, and a goal taker, like a goal taker, like, okay, this is what I want to do, and move forward with whatever we want to have in our mind.
I love that. And I know you already talked about these words a little bit as you weaved them into your description of yourself, but how do the words resilient, freedom, and goal taker, I like that one, it's new, how do those play a role in the core message that you have for people?
Well, for me, it's one of the most important things, especially in the world we live in. We need to have a strong mind to be able to, you know, get approach to all the obstacles that we have in life. So for that, you have to be resilient and keep going. And you fall down and you hurt and you suffer and then you traumatize, because you traumatize in some way. And the goal is to just keep going on that, like keep understanding why that situation happens to you. And the freedom, for me, is the ultimate goal, because we all a slave of something. We are slave of eating, a slave from buying a lot, like compulsive buying. That I had a lot of compulsive buying. So I buy a lot for any reason, because I was happy, because I was mad, because I was not happy, because I was unhappy. So I was in that, like, very addicted to buy stuff that I don't need. But in that moment, I thought I need. So freedom from any kind of addictions, like drugs and everything, because we always try to talk about addictions like drug addiction, alcohol addictions, but there's other addictions more deeper than that. I'm gonna give you an example. When you are addicted to toxic relationships, and people tends to say, "Oh, the people are toxic." No, people are not toxic. We grow in toxic environments that they make us toxic and produce toxicity in relationship. So for me, freedom is to just remove that toxicity and get healthy in a way for to be able to have a healthy relationship. And it takes a lot of process to do that, a lot of freedom, a lot of things do you have to let go and be able to be free. When I say free is, for example, when you know you are in a toxic relationship, understand that you are part of that toxicity, and cut that from yourself and say, okay, I want to detox myself from this relationship, and have the responsibility of understanding what is your toxicity that you are giving to that relationship, and started like peeling that out from yourself, and the ultimate goal to be free and say, okay, I feel much better, and work yourself up into can able to have a healthy relationship. So that's one of the main things that I think the world need the most, have healthy relationships. And the other one, the goal takers, we all have fear to take goals. We everybody have big, small goals, and the small goals are easier than the big goals, because the big goals give you like fear of doing it, and you are like that, have that sensation that if it's right, if it's not right for me, what people's gonna say. I'm sorry, but they're cutting the grass. So I don't know if you hear that. And you know, and we get into this fear taking risk, and it happens to everybody. It happens to me many times, to be able to reach the goal that we want. So it's like, okay, let me take this goal and see if I can do it. Doesn't matter the results of that goal. So as the goal taker, take the goal and see what happens. It doesn't happen anything the way you want it. Maybe that's the way for you to find the people to help you to reach that goal in life.
So it sounds a little bit like you were helping people to figure out some of that mental clutter that is
Yes.
preventing them from reaching their goals. Could you like clarify that and tell us what it is that you do?
Well, the most important thing is for the person to know their self. That's the key of any goal, any relationship, even to achieve the freedom of what you want. And when you start knowing yourself, you discover that you have a lot of things and a lot of work to do for yourself to be able to achieve anything.
Yep.
So when people wants to say, okay, well, how I can be free, or how I can get out of this toxic relationship, you need to ask the question: what exactly you want in life, how you feel being in this moment of your life. Feel happy, you feel neglected, you feel rejected, you feel humiliated. How you feel, if you're really happy. If you're not happy, means content with yourself, then you need to start like writing down the things that you're starting to notice in yourself, because it's very easy to blame in other people. Why I got in this relationship and I didn't know this person was that toxic. And people don't understand that you are part of that toxicity, because you attract that, because you need to learn a lot of stuff being in that toxicity to pull yourself out. But for to get to that point, you need to study yourself. It's like you need to study for a career. You need to study for any major thing you want to do. You need to repeat a lot of process for you to be a master. So why not to be a master for your life? Why not to study yourself and to be better? And when you do that, it's like an aha moment and say, oh, why I didn't do this? Why I was doing this? And why I was not doing this before? So studying yourself is the key for any success in life, because then you're gonna know. For example, I'm gonna give you an example for people maybe understand. I'm a survivor from a big complex trauma, so I know I have PTSD. So I don't say I have PTSD. I know I have PTSD, but I don't say I have PTSD. And I start searching about myself, how I react when people talk this way and why I react this way when people talk to me this way. Let me go deeper. Oh, I probably listened this when I was younger, or maybe I listened this when I was in my family, unit, and I didn't like it, and that's why I react. So it's going back, it's going forward and backward in your life to see, because a lot of stuff come from childhood. So we don't know. We a lot of people is like, why did this happen to me? Why is this repeating to me? Is when you have to stop right there and say, okay, I react, and when this person say this, why I react, I should not react. And then you start peeling, your the onion of your life, and say, okay, I'm gonna point of the effort to not react to this, and feel the emotion and feel everything what happens. So when you hear that again, you already know that when you hear that, it could be a trigger, but you already like mastered that. Okay, this is bother me, but I already know myself enough to just not, engage of that energy, or engage in that word that somebody's telling me. So it's a lot of work. A lot of people don't like to do the work. Some people, they don't know how to do the work, and some people, they don't have the education to start at least to understand themselves.
Yeah. Earlier, you mentioned the word maximalist. Minimalist. There's got to be a story behind that where you did study yourself and you learned some of your patterns. Can you tell us how that's had an impact on this message?
Yes.
Yeah.
When I mentioned before, I was buying clothing because I love dresses. So I was buying clothing for no reason. And I did have a very bad relationship in that moment with my ex-husband. It was about, my relationship was like very bad. So my only outlet of emotions was to buy. So I was buying for no reason, because I was happy, because I'm happy. When I get mad at him, I buy more. It was like, okay, we are fighting, I'm going to buy more. So I was buying more and more and more. And then I got to a point that every time I wear a dress or a piece of clothing, I like it in the first moment. But then when I want to try it the second time, I look in the mirror and say, ooh, what is this dress? What I was looking for when I buy this dress, and I didn't like it.
Yeah.
So I was accumulating. So every time I get a new dress, I like it because there was the rush of the new thing, and then I put it aside. So
Yeah.
one day I feel like this is ridiculous. Like, why I'm doing this? And I have a lot of clothes, and I was spending a lot of money. And then one day I opened my YouTube channel and I saw the minimalist approach. And then I went to see the documentary about the minimalist approach. And I finished, watching that documentary. I went into my closet and I started to cry. All the things that are behind those clothes. It was emotions there, like, that I didn't see. And I said, you know what? This is an aha moment. I went to see my statements. It was like, I couldn't believe how much money I spent on it. And then I also started to feel that my relationship was not doing well. So I was thinking about a divorce. So I said, my life is going to change. I'm not going to have the same status of a wife, money, in money wise. So I need to adjust my life now. And then I started to pull all the pieces that I didn't feel, and then I put it aside. And then when I make the count of the pieces I took out, it was 300 pieces that I took out.
Oh,
And I
wow.
cried like a baby, like, this is huge. And then when I saw my closet reduce, I said, such a relief. And from then, I've been already 4 years being very conscious of the clothes that I wear, the materials, how much is gonna last me, if it's good for my body. So it helped me a lot, and also it teach me to save a lot of money. So it was a huge difference for me. And for that, I make this rose that you have that I have here, and
Yeah.
that symbolize that I already transformed again. Because when the roses or flowers get into transformation, they have to be like closed, and then they open. When they open, it's because they transform in a beautiful thing. And I feel that I transformed something that was, preventing me to rise myself up and to be a different person and be conscious of everything about the money, myself, the planet, and the environment and everything. So it was a major milestone that I achieved in there.
Aw. I get my very first tattoo right after I started working, and it was of a rose. I didn't know that about roses. I have this big rose on my back, and I changed the original image because it was the same tattoo as a main character of a book. And the book taught me so much about love that I named my daughter after one of the characters, and I got the main character's tattoo. But when I slightly adjusted it, I took the petals of the flower and I reorganized them so that the petals actually said love in the petals. But the problem now is that tattoo's on my back. I don't get to see it every day like you get to see it on your arm. So now in my mind, I'm like, I want a tattoo either on my arm, my hand, somewhere on my chest that you can't see with a typical shirt, so that I can read those messages of love and transformation.
Well, you have a mirror, you can do this,
It's not the same because then I gotta like move my hair and try to. It's the whole thing. It's like I want to be able to see it every time I look in that mirror. I
But
noticed
also
it.
maybe the message of that rose in the back is for other people to see too. So remember that
Yeah,
we are in service in life. So yeah, you put it in the back for other people to see that.
but that was also where the main character had it. But now I'm looking at potentially getting one on the side of my hand so that every time I write, I can read at the same time some sort of message to myself. So I love
Right.
I love that you have that on your arm. I love that it's a reminder for you of your transformation because it is important.
Yes.
Gloria, what would you like your next level of transformation to look like?
Well, I'm in the minimalist approach. So that minimalist approach, it takes a long time. It's not like, oh, I saw the documentary and I just want to be just like that overnight. It takes a long time. So I still adjusting. But my main goal is to live in a place where I can raise my chickens and grow some food and be out there in the could be in the jungle, could be in the forest. But one of the things that attract me the most is the jungle because the sounds of nature and stuff. So that's like what I picture myself. But also when I believe in God, and God, I already told God that, I'm your server. You do whatever you want with me. So if I have to live in Antarctica, I will go. But it's like I'm open to what life is gonna give me. Of course, you need to have goals and plans on it, but sometimes the plans are it's just plans because things change very quickly.
Mm,
So what I want to see myself in the future is just to be. It's just
mm,
to be and keep living my life and just be in the present and be conscious to be in the present because I was more into the past, and also I got a lot of anxiety thinking in the future. So this year was, you know what? No, I need to be in the present. Doesn't matter what happens, and I'm not gonna think anymore in the past. And sometimes I caught myself like, "Ah, I didn't think anymore in my past." It's like, oh, you get that improvement. So it's just to keep improvement, improve myself, and be more, maybe more closer to my daughter. I'm close to my daughter, but I think I need more work in that part of that area. And also with some members of my family that I thought I already have some closeness, but it looks like not, because it happened something very recently. So it's something that I need to work more into my family, into my daughter. So that's part of the deal of you working stuff. But I think that's it. Like, I don't want to think too much about the future. I just want to be here and just enjoy this conversation.
I think Wendy would have some lovely insights on trying to travel around and find a place that suits you. Wendy told
Yes.
me that she was traveling with, what was it, 20
20
kilograms?
kilos, 20 kilos, 44 pounds. That is my life. So that's for leisure gear, work gear, active gear. Books have to be in Kindle form. Anything coming in something has to go out. So Gloria, I absolutely hear you. The release that you had getting rid of your extensive wardrobe. When I left Perth, pretty much most of it was donated. My aim is possibly to go back to Perth, so I have got some layers ready for me to go back, but presently in Mexico.
Wendy, I did also the method of the 33. The 33
Yes.
is like 3 months. 33 pieces of clothing for 3 months. And I don't remember the other three, but it's 333.
Yes.
And I did that, and it was amazing because I still have the same clothes, and I have a lot of clothes that I don't use. So I'm waiting for the year to end to just move what I don't use this year.
Yeah.
But I also, my goal, Wendy, is to be like you, like to reduce when I travel very, pieces. It's hard sometimes.
I mean, I was in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia for 4 months, knowing that I was going to go back to Melbourne in Australia midwinter. So the temperature, forgive me for those of you who are in America and thinking Fahrenheit, I think
it's Celsius.
So, but we had, I hadn't had the temperature drop below 24 centigrade, even at night, for 4 months. I was going back to Melbourne where the daytime high was about 7.
Yeah.
I didn't have any jumpers or long pants with me because I didn't need them in KL. So my first trip was to the op shop / thrift store.
Yep.
And I left them there when I left. I didn't need them anymore.
That's what I do. I did it. So I do that in Panama too, because we went to a place that it was cold, and I went to a strip, store too. It was $1, $2, $3, and that's it.
Yeah. And it's just having that shift, as you say, Gloria, is the shift in your mindset is to, I don't have to hold on to things. You know when to hold and you know when to fold and let things go.
Yes.
Know when to walk away, know when to run. Yeah.
You got it.
I'm familiar.
You have to be ready.
Yes, and trainers are in there.
So, Gloria, how have you chosen to share this message with people? Like, what kinds of ways resonate with you, and you didn't just do them because somebody told you to do them?
Well, my book was the one that I hope for a long time to do it. It took me 17 years to write the book.
Oh, wow.
And it was in my mind that my family was not going to be okay for me to write that book, because I talk about my family also there. Mm-hmm. And the weird part of this year that I launched my book on April, and I got this sensation of fear of not talk too much about the book. And it's like, I don't know why is this happening. If I was so excited to launch the book, once I launched the book, it was like, I want to go into my cave. Like, oh no, this is too much information. Like,
mm-hmm.
So I'm planning for 2025 to just, get out from that comfort zone and have that fear out of me. But I'm working on that. But a lot of people told me that I should not write the book. I should not tell my story. because I was gonna expose a lot of myself and my family. But I said, I'm doing this not for myself or for my family. I'm doing this for people to transform, to see how we can be resilient, how when we are when we are in captivity, how the survival mode that you have in start to work, how your mind works so well when you are in captivity, because you get to a point that you don't cry anymore. So, but then you need to start thinking. So a lot of stuff happens. And I said, I cannot die without people know this story, especially for people that being in relationships that cannot escape or go anywhere. Like they have the Stockholm syndrome, and the Stockholm syndrome is when you get attached to the person who's but in my case was the captor, and a lot of a lot of relationships, or there are a lot of women and also men too that are in relationship that they want to go, they want to leave the relationship that they can't for many reasons. So they get attached to the person, and they start to look the best, think about the persons for them to be able to survive. So in my book, I teach that. I told them how the mind works when you are in survival mode, and how magnificent you are when you are in situations like that. But you have to be like, aware, and to see and accept the situation. I didn't know all these things I'm telling you, because it's very easy to say, oh, if you're being kidnapped, you need to accept the situation, or you are in a very toxic relationship, you need to accept the situation. But yes, you need to accept in order to see where's the open gonna door for you. And that happens to me.
Wow. There's so much more to your story.
Yes.
I was like, we're going to need a whole other 45 minutes for that.
Yes.
So you said that you wrote a book, but you didn't tell us the name of the book.
Yes, the name of the book is Flourish in Captivity.
Flourish in Captivity. Do you have a copy of it next to you?
Right next to me. No, I have it in my nightstand. If you want, I can grab it.
Yeah, we would love to see it.
So you wait for me?
Yeah, we will wait for
Okay.
you.
Okay, let me
No, I
run.
can. Yeah, sure.
All right.
It's not going to take your 10 minutes. It's all good. But I love when we can see the physical copy of the book, because I'm not very good at remembering names, but I'm really good at remembering images.
You're visual. You're so
I'm
visual.
very much a visual kinesthetic type learner. I have to play movies in my head in order for it to understand. So half the time my husband will start a conversation and it feels like he starts in the middle of a sentence.
Yes.
And I'm like, wait. I need context so that I have a scene in my head. And then I take the characters and I play out the scene. And if you skip the scene, I don't know what's going on.
Yes. Oh, I can so relate to that one. My father was just the same. Can we start that thought of yours, the 30 meters when you started thinking that and you walked in and now I'm coming in halfway through your thought. Please, can we start at the beginning, please?
Gloria, we were just talking about being visual versus auditory. And so that's why I really wanted you to be able to show us the book, as
Okay,
many of
this
us
is
are
my
visual.
beautiful book right here.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, memorable cover. I love that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Really good.
That cover, it came in through one of my dreams, because I didn't know what exactly I was gonna do, and it came into my dreams, and I told the editor, the person who, this is what I want that, captivity, it tries to close your mind and your eyes, but in my case the captivity opens me into my soul to flourish, because my captors, my kidnappers, they was covered the entire time, so I only see the eyes. At that moment I didn't know that that's the window or the door for your soul. So I was dealing the entire time with the souls. So that's why with kindness it was easy for me to break them out, and to be part of my to be part of my side, because they said, we're not going to kill you, we're going to try to protect you. But I already was doing the kindness work, like, thank you for the water, thank you for the food, thank you for the showers, because I cannot take showers every day. So it was just the kindness. So I said, this is the way I feel at that moment. Okay, I'm flourishing through my soul, through my eyes. So that's why I choose this.
That's beautiful. I've been having rolling goosebumps.
Yes, me too.
Since you started. Wow. It's like the goosebumps and then they fade a little bit and then you say something else and the goosebumps come back.
Another wave. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I gotta shake that one off. That is beautiful on so many levels, Gloria. And I'm not sure
Yes.
if you noticed, but Corey was here earlier and here's the message for you. You're doing awesome, Gloria.
Thank you, Corey.
I was like, I didn't write that one, even though when I write stuff, it does have Corey's name on there. But I didn't
Thank
write
you,
that
Corey.
one. Corey was here.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. I love you.
Awesome. Okay. Whew, I got to recover from that. But that cover, when you get a cover like that, that just, it shocks and amazes. It's so
Yes,
good.
when the person create, because I told them the colors and everything, and the type of butterfly and everything, and she came, it was a woman, and she came and presented me this. I was like, oh my God, this is it. This is exactly what I picture on that dream.
So then what would you say to somebody who has a story and maybe people are telling them the same thing as your family was telling you, don't share our story, don't write the book, don't put this out here. Maybe they're feeling that same anxiety of, oh my God, what if I go on stage? What would you tell that person to get them to share their message to begin with?
I think when people say no, is when you need to share the most. Because when they say no, it's because there's a lot of things they need to be revealed.
Yeah.
And you have to, like, they say to me no, and even my mom get like a little bit mad at me, and I said, why you get mad? Because I'm sharing the story is not about you, it's not about my father in particular, it's about my experience, how I feel, and you need to respect that. So sometimes we have this in mind that we need to respect and honor our parents, yes, but also you need to, in my case, how I gonna die without not telling this story? Because kidnap, it happens a lot. People don't realize that it happens every day, but not every person that being kidnapped, they are willing to talk about this, because this subject is so raw and so scary to talk about. Because, for example, in my case, I never saw the faces of the kidnappers. So I when I go to my country, Colombia, I can be doing a line on a supermarket, and the person, one of them, can be next to me. I don't recognize them, so it was always like, worrying and scary to do that, to read it, to write this. I even take my first book in English, and people are waiting for me to do it in Spanish. I already have it in Spanish, but I'm waiting for 2025 to release it. And that makes me more nervous because it's in Spanish. And I know a lot of people in Colombia wanted to read it. So it's like, I want it, but I don't want it. It's like,
Why are you
so
waiting till next year? What's the significance of 2025 for you?
it's because it's this year I wanted to have a reset of
Okay.
myself, not doing anything. Like, I'm a podcaster, and I said this year I cannot podcast because I was podcasting for 5 years straight, and then I was talking about depression, anxiety, PTSD every single week, and I got like burned from that.
Yeah.
So I said, you know what? I'm gonna reset the whole entire thing. I'm launching my book, and like I expressed myself in the beginning, I got scary, like, oh my God, now this book is out there. So it's taking me a little bit. So I'm saying 2025 is just because it's a new year and see what the year's gonna bring. But I think 2025 is going to be the year the Spanish is going to come out. But I need to process that first. It's ready. I have it ready, but it's not, I just holding it to see when I'm ready.
Will you have the same cover on the Spanish version, or will you go for a different cover?
I think it's going to be the same cover, but a little bit a difference of color, so people don't get confused.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Because that is such a powerful cover, Gloria.
Thank you. Yes, it's beautiful. Every day I see it, and this is the most weird thing that happens to me. Like sometimes I when I paint or do stuff, or I decorate my house or do stuff, sometimes I don't like it. For example, when people come in and, oh my God, I like your style and everything. But with this book, every time I see this cover, I really do like it. Like, wow, this is the first thing I really like, and I feel like this is real me. So it's a process to release a book. In my case, for me, it's not just to put a book out there. For me, it takes the courage to write this book, because when I was podcasting a lot, I tried to bring people that I know that are being kidnapped, and they said, don't even touch that subject with me. I don't want to even talk about it. So it's hard.
Yeah.
Wow. So many questions. You did mention that you had a podcast.
Yes.
What got you into podcasting?
It was in 1990. It was in 2000 when the pandemic started.
Oh, 2020?
2020.
Okay.
Sorry, 2020. So the December, that December that we was hearing that was happening the other side of the country, I just got graduated to be a podcaster, because people say, you graduate to be a podcaster? I said, yes, I graduated with one of the biggest podcasters in London. His name is Brian Rose, that he tried to be a mayor from London. So he teach me to be a podcaster. And I went to London to get my graduation to be a podcaster. So I started from there. And when the pandemic starts, I told my teacher, my podcaster teacher, why we don't podcast 2 times a week. So we did a lot of work being in that time. And it was 5 years straight, like podcasting every week, 2 times a week. And then I got like burnt out. I said, no, I need to move out from Hot Topic, because the name of that podcast, it was Hot Topics. And then I said, I need to do my own. So I started to do my own. And the name is Unbreakable Life with Glory, because my name is Gloria, but people call me Glory, but also Glory is connected with the glory of God, the glory of God. So I said, you know what, I'm going to keep it like that, the Unbreakable Life with Glory. And so that's the name of my podcast. And I started in English, and then I started having a lot of requests in Spanish. A lot of people from Colombia want to be in my podcast. So it shifted to Spanish. So I have a lot of mix in my podcast, Spanish, English. And so I call the Unbreakable Life with Glory the bilingual show, because I do have two languages in there. So it was a lot of work, but I got burned out. And I said, 2024, I'm going to launch my book, see what I feel, and see in 2025, I'm going to be able to release the Spanish one.
Cool. How exciting.
Well, yeah, especially in your native language. Like,
yes,
the people that relate to you the most typically are the ones from wherever you're from, whatever your culture is. And so to have it in a way that they can consume your content easier just makes them feel more seen and heard.
And also the fact that you're doing your podcast in Spanish as well, or you were doing your podcast in Spanish. I was interviewing somebody this week who her origins are in El Salvador, and like you, she's able to speak from stage in English and in Spanish, and that was the point that suddenly people were going, "Oh, we're heard," because it's the second most spoken language across the world. after
Yes. Yes. I do have people like when your book is in Spanish coming out. I said next year,
Yes.
next year, next year. And I do have a guy he's from Spain that he said, Gloria, we need to get that book out here in Spain. I said, yes, 2025, I'm gonna be ready for that. So this year's just for my see what happens.
How
So
exciting.
excited. Okay, Gloria, we have about 3 minutes left. I want to make sure that people know where to find you and what your favorite way of communicating is.
Well, people can find me on Instagram, Gloria Londono Coach, and or Gloria Londono, and all the platforms. I'm Gloria Londono. I also have a website, is glorialondono.co, where you can buy my book, and also my book is in Amazon. I'm also my life and spiritual coach that help people to release traumas and to help them to understand why that trauma happens to them, for them to flourish in that captivity.
Nice. And then I also like to hold space at the end of an interview because you never know where our conversation is going to go. So if there's something on your head or in your heart that you need to leave people with today, what might that be?
To be free. The ultimate goal is to be free. Free in your soul, free in your body, free in your mind, and free everywhere you are. Every single angle, even in your money, relationships, and everything. The ultimate goal for me, and I can feel it. When you're free, you have everything because you're not attached to anything in life. You don't have conditions in your life. If you have a relationship that you are free to expose your feelings and everything, emotion, it's beautiful because you're able to flourish. So be free. Do me a favor. Be free.
Be free. We were joking on Monday about certain songs being part of the soundtrack of the interview. I feel like this one would be I'm Like a Bird.
Uh-huh.
It's like just that freedom. I want to fly away.
Yes. Be
And
free.
now I'm thinking we should just have
It make you more like, more conscious and more relaxed. Like when you travel a little. How good is that? You don't spend money into one luggage, you save a lot of money. You save a lot of also thinking what you're gonna wear.
Ugh, that's my biggest thing right now.
Yeah.
Is what am I going to wear? Because clothes do not fit me very well. I do not have a typical body. And so then I buy the stretchy stuff, but then it still never fits right. And it's like, oh my God. But I have to do the same thing as what you did, Gloria. I already told my daughter last week that after this whole week of interviews is over, she and I are taking the weekend to go through our clothes, get rid of all the ones that we don't wear, our favorite ones with holes in them that are see-through because we've worn them so often.
And when you do that with your daughter, I recommend you to see to recognize when you buy those clothes. Yep. Why is attached to. So make like fun, but also transformational for you and your daughter at the same time.
Definitely. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Gloria. I'm going to be thinking about that book cover for a while.
Thank you so much for this beautiful interview. And thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Laura. It was an amazing moment with you too.
Can you say my name again? I love when Spanish people
Laura and Wendy. Laura.
Yeah.
Gracias.
Laura Lake.
Gracias.
Thank you so much, Gloria. This was a delight and good to see you again. We will chat.
Me too. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
So we do have our next guest in the background. And just so you know, next guest, we potentially have 2 co-hosts for a little bit of this interview because I know Wendy couldn't spend the whole day with us, even though I want to. But she can't. And I get it. I mean, life calls. So then I've brought in another guest co-host who is going to be showing up very shortly. So just, if you're okay with that, then awesome. And give me a thumbs up if you're ready to join us on stage. Yeah. Okay. Are you okay with that? Having 3-on-1 where we're just going to ask you and bombard you with questions?
Sure. I love it. I love it.
Thank you, Bronwyn, for your grace, because I'm dotting in and out at the moment. Forgive me.
That's okay. No, I know we're the day before Thanksgiving here in the US. So, this is a busy day.
I forgot it was Thanksgiving tomorrow. I'm in Canada and Wendy is down in Mexico at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're putting your sandwich between us. And I thought Thanksgiving was last week. So I'm doing all of these socials around Thanksgiving and somebody went, next week.
Whoops.
Okay. All these Black Friday things kept coming up and I thought, well, it must be this week.
That's what I thought.
Exactly. They're starting earlier and earlier. Like, some were doing Black Friday in October. I mean, come on, Things
start Halloween past
very quickly.
So I want to make sure that I'm saying your name correctly. Is it Bronwyn?
Bronwyn Davis.
Okay. So it is
good
Bronwyn.
Welsh name.
It is Welsh. Yes. Wow.
Except you should be Blodwyn. You should be Blodwyn. Blodwyn means brown. Means blonde.
Oh.
Bronwyn is brown hair. Blodwyn is blonde hair.
Ah, very good. Well, my name Bronwyn means blessed.
Blessed. Okay.
Ah.
It also means brown head.
Ah. It also means white breasts. It really does. I'm not making that up, but.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that we're saying your name correctly. The way that I love to usually start off these interviews is I have a research question that tells us a lot about who you are, because I think most of us are just sick of hearing the bios and the elevator pitches over and over. They're just so pre-programmed that I want to know who Bronwyn is behind the business, behind the message. Like, who are you as a human being? So here's my question.
Yes.
If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be? I know we're starting off deep.
Kind.
Yeah.
Spiritual.
Ooh. Mm-hmm.
Committed.
Ooh. I'm attempting to spell these right.
I have a kind of a mantra or a charge that I say, I'm in it to win it. Like everything. And I don't mean like win, like where I'm in a race. It's more like just the way I approach life. I'm just in it, both feet. Let's go. Like life is so exciting and so full and so rich. So that's what I say, committed. It's just like, I'm in it. I'm in it. If I say yes to something, I'm all in. Yeah. I show up, I'm all in, I'm present, and and whether it's meeting friends for dinner or a business meeting or something like that, everything is, I bring my full self to the table.
So if you're going into a pool, are you the type of person that just jumps right in? There's no toe dipping in the water?
I may toe dip a little bit just to check if it's too cold, because I don't want to be cold, but necessarily. So, but then I'd also just jump right in. I've done like a cold plunge before several times.
No.
Yeah, they're very cold. But so I might just at the beginning dip my toe in just to get the temperature gauge, then probably jump right in.
You're like, I just need to mentally prepare first, and then I'm good.
Exactly.
Cool. So the kind, spiritual, and committed, how do those 3 words play a role in the core message that you have for people?
Well, first of all, my core message is really about mental wellness. So I'm on the forefront of the mental wellness revolution. And it's something that's near and dear to my heart, because 3 years ago, I found myself in extreme burnout. I felt broken down, and I did what most people know to do. First, I got a naturopathic MD, then I, to work on the physical, because I was so burned out. Like I could barely get out of bed. I was I was done. Not only because I was working a full load, what I was also experiencing at the time was I was the target of identity theft, then got long COVID, and then was diagnosed with skin cancer. So on top of a full load of coaching clients, I was at the time coaching 20 to 30 coaching clients per week.
Oh God.
And I had kept that pace up for years. So it was just really, really a busy time. And then to get all those three things on top of it, it was just too much. And so I had to take a step back. I couldn't work for 4 months. And physically, I was exhausted. But also mentally, I had to do something to help my mental state. I did what most people do. Like, we go for the mental, we know we have therapists, and I went to therapy, and I wasn't new to therapy by any means. I had been doing therapy for decades on and off. But I went, and even after like a 10 to 12 day sprint of 4 hours a day of therapy, I still did not feel back. I did not feel like I had really gotten to the root of what was causing this way of feeling, like just really broken down. So a friend of mine recommended that I read the works of Dr. Gabor Mate. And Dr. Gabor Mate is brilliant. He wrote a book called When the Body Says No. And that's exactly what my body was doing. It was saying no, like no more, no more, like just, it was no, a big no. And in reading that and studying more of Dr. Gabor Mate, he talks about psychedelics. He talks about using therapeutic psychedelics. And so at the time, 3 years ago, now you have to understand, like I don't even drink. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I don't anything. But at the time, I was like desperate. I was desperate. So I sought out a guide to help with, I found something similar. It's not really a psychedelic, but it's something that is similar called ketamine. And ketamine here in the US is legal, it is safe, and when used therapeutically, it is brilliant for depression, anxiety, and PTSD.
And COVID as well, I understand.
And well, wow, that's super cool too. And also OCD. I mean, just a number of things. Mm-hmm. It's actually on the World Health Organization's essentials list. So I went the route of, okay, safe, legal, I'll find a guide, I'll find, and within that first session with ketamine, I came out of that session and I realized from what I experienced in the session was that I was playing small. I was like, my life, I was not living full out. I was scared. I was, all those things. But when I came out of the session with ketamine, my life was transformed because I made a decision right then and there that I will never allow myself to play small again. Mm-hmm. And I have been living my life out loud ever since for 3 years now. And this is the result.
Okay. Our other guest co-host is behind the scenes. I sent the wrong link. My apologies. So I'm going to bring Ani to stage. We're going to have a grand old conversation because I know at some point, Wendy, whenever you need to go, just let us know. We'll be like, we love you. Thank you. And it's all good. So we're covered. Bronwyn, this is Ani. Ani, Bronwyn.
Hello, ladies. Happy to be here.
It's nice to meet you.
Same here.
I love all this, international, where Laura, I know you're from Canada, yeah. Wendy, Mexico, Ani, where are you from?
Los Angeles.
Oh, okay, good. I'm in Phoenix, Arizona.
Perfect. I was there not long ago.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Cool.
So
You're living life out loud now.
yes.
Yes, which ties into what I was saying about how my motto is I'm in it to win it, because I'm just, everything I commit to, everything I do is 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Were you, can I ask, were you in that place when you were in your go, 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 go? Did you feel as though you were doing the 100% already and now discovered maybe you weren't? How does that tie in?
Yeah, great question. So I probably was, but I was expending my energy in a way that was probably not as focused. So it was spread out. So that's what caused the burnout, because I mean, not only on top of a full load of coaching clients, I also was experiencing the other 3 things, like the identity theft, the COVID, as well as the diagnosis of skin cancer. So all of those were contributing to it. I think what it was is subconsciously, well, I actually know this, subconsciously, I was afraid to die. That's what was brought up during the ketamine session. My very first one was, it came out that I was afraid to die. So therefore, I was not really living my life to the fullest or living my life out loud. I was still playing small. I was still hiding back when I had 20 to 30 clients and all that. I was still hiding myself and who I was and being authentic in that way. Like, so after that experience, my very first ketamine experience, my life was forever transformed, and I wanted to know more. Like, I've been a coach now for over 25 years. So I had such a transformation that I wanted to find out everything I could about this medicine. And, come to find out, as I mentioned, doctors are saying this is the biggest breakthrough in depression research in the last 50 years. So I wanted to learn more and more, and I went and did training. I did extensive and intensive experiential training and on how to bring ketamine into my business and with my coaching clients.
I'm curious if it's okay for me to ask a question. Your experience going through it, how did that change your approach with your own clients? How you address your coaching business?
In all ways. First, one of the ways is, again, I was just so willing, because I got to also see life is short. I mean, we're here for a blip. And so I just became more with my clients. I was able to challenge them more. I was able to open them up more to maybe see more perspectives on what it is they were going through. I wasn't holding back. Maybe if I had a question, and maybe before I would have been a little hesitant about, should I ask that question? Instead, now I'm just like, yeah, let's get to the root. If they're going to work with me, they know we're going to go right to the epicenter. We're just going to really make sure we get to the root quickly. And I challenge my clients. I'm also more intuitive, I would say, too. I'm just listening more to my intuition and not afraid to follow it. And I'm really, really trusting my intuition more. So I had just a major transformation. That was after my first ketamine session. I had such a profound shift. So that's when I started, as I said, I went through training, and then I started offering it to my clients as one of the healing modalities now almost 2 years ago.
Have you had any further ketamine sessions yourself?
Oh, yes, I have. In the training, and also because now not only have I brought this into my coaching business, I now also train other coaches. I train coaches, health and wellness practitioners, and medical professionals. I teach them how to bring ketamine into their business as well. I created the Conscious Ketamine Coaching Academy.
Nice.
Yeah, because well, it's such a powerful healing modality that I'm like, plus, so there's three things going on here. First of all, the ketamine clinic industry, the ketamine treatment industry is right now positioned to grow 9 times its current size over the next 6 years. So it's currently at 309 million. It is going to be over 2 billion in just 6 years. So we've got that on one hand. Then we've got the coaching industry, which is growing at $1 billion a year. So we're now at $6.5 billion as a coaching industry. And then the third piece that ties that all together is that we are in a mental health crisis like we have never seen on this planet.
Yep.
And so bringing those three pieces together to create, first of all, a viable solution for people. And my goal in creating the academy was I wanted to make sure that whoever wants to experience ketamine as therapeutically, that they have a safe place and a well-trained person to go to.
Yes.
That's my mission with the academy, is making sure that they are getting it in a safe way.
Because I'm curious, is it legal through every state in the US? I mean, is it legal in Canada? I don't know whether it's legal. I'm fairly certain at the moment there's been resistance in Australia.
Yeah, it's legally prescribed in the US. So I am not a medical prescriber. I have teamed up with a medical prescriber. Right. So when my clients come to me, we decide, are we a good fit, first of all, as a coaching client? Mm-hmm. Then I introduce them to my prescriber. They go off and have their own medical assessment, and then they get their prescription. So they bring their very own prescription into my office and have their ketamine retreat. And it's up to 4 hours, even though they're in the medicine about 90 minutes. But I allow plenty of time. And then it's followed up with 30 days of integration coaching. So what I've done, the model that I really am training on is not just so much taking the ketamine, because they can get that at a ketamine clinic, because that's all they do at the ketamine clinic is just give them the ketamine and then they're off on their way. My model is all about the integration coaching that follows. So it's 90% of it is the integration coaching over the next 30 days. I offer 30 days of integration coaching support for that one retreat.
All this, I don't know basically anything about it, but what I do know is I looked it up and it said something about an anesthetic.
Yeah,
as a redhead, there are so many issues with anesthetics.
Well, it's commonly called a horse tranquilizer.
Well, they have discovered in the last 20 years the therapeutic benefits. So in small doses, it is proven to actually, so it helps open up while they're in the session, it calms down the part of their brain that goes into fight, flight, or freeze. So it calms that down to allow them the opportunity to look at what it is that maybe had been triggering them, or that maybe, but they get to look at it in a completely different way and in a different perspective. So, and then also what it does is it starts creating the new neural pathways. So a lot of my clients, they'll come to me because they're feeling stuck. And they're feeling stuck and they're looping in their head over and over and over, the same thought over and over and over. And there's no wonder, because we each, like on average, we have 60,000 thoughts per day. Out of those 60,000 thoughts, 95% of them are the same ones we had yesterday and the day before and the day before. And 80% of those are negative. So we're fighting an uphill battle mentally and emotionally every single day, unless we're really, really conscious about what we're focusing on. So it's no wonder we find ourselves, just like I did 3 years ago, in a place of feeling stuck. So the ketamine, it opens up the portal. It opens up, new perspectives, new thought patterns, new thoughts start coming in. And then there's also lots and lots of research about the neuroplasticity of your brain. New neuroplasticity, like wiring, is happening during and after up to 30 days. So that's why the coaching is so important, because then as a coach, I'm helping my clients really anchor in those new thought patterns. So everything they're focusing on is what they want, not what they don't want.
Coming from a nutrigenomics area, it's, yes, ketamine, it works on your neurotransmitters, works on your dopamine pathways. And it's going to work very different for different people because of depending, like I'm a type of person in my brain pathway, my body breaks down neurotransmitters very slowly, which means they linger longer. So I cannot take anything like dopamine, anything that says, oh my God, it's going to make you feel really good. It's like, yeah, no, it's going to actually put me into depression because it stays in my system longer. But there are people where their body genetically breaks down these neurotransmitters faster. And you can easily recognize these people because they're going for the next feeling that's going to give them the award. They're the high achievers because, okay, what's next? What's next? So, but knowing that, then you can truly give the proper dosage, because you don't want them in either end. You want them in a happy middle.
Yeah, my doses, we start very, very low with my clients, very low. And there's never that high. It's not a high. It's more of grounding in your body. It's very you're just really relaxed, and it's like you're grounded. You're, for the first time, I've had clients say to me that especially like you were talking about, the high performers, I have clients, that's who I actually work with. I'm a certified high performance coach, and I've coached over 4,000 one-on-one high performance coaching sessions. And what it does is it calms down. So my clients have come to me, and in their ketamine retreat, they're like, oh my gosh, for the first time in my life, my mind is quiet, because they're so used to the racing thoughts, racing. Yeah. So when they have that opportunity to just be quiet and let their mind rest, it's a beautiful thing. And then that's what we start anchoring in over the next 30 days. We bring them right back to that feeling so that they can start their day in a calm, quiet state, and then build their day based on that, as opposed to building their day on the moment they wake up and their mind is going and they're all over the place and they're, beating themselves up and all those things that happen when you've got a mind that's racing, So it's a really beautiful, beautiful healing modality. And, it is one of many alternative healing modalities. I have just found that with me and my, the success and huge transformation I had in my life. And I've seen it with all my clients because I do a really, really good job of preparing them. We do a full preparation session, and then I'm with them up to 4 hours in the retreat, and then again the 30 days. So it's not just, oh, give me the ketamine. It's really deep inner work that we're doing.
So then what are the ways that you have chosen to share your message? I'm going to make an assumption that you like to speak. You're not afraid of speaking at all, and you're here doing a podcast. Did you always like speaking, or was there a point in your life where you're like, that's not for me? Oh my God.
Well, believe it or not, I'm a former television news anchor and reporter. But prior to that, I had the hardest time speaking. It was very difficult for me to really speak my truth. I used to get like all knotted up in my throat. Mm-hmm. But I don't know why I chose to go into broadcasting, which was odd. But I just persisted on, and yeah, I love to talk now. I'm on social media. I do videos on most of the platforms. I'm actually about to start my own podcast. It's going to be called Conscious Ketamine with Bronwyn Davis. And I'm going to be bringing this message of consciously doing ketamine. Ketamine is known to decades ago as like a party drug, or people would go and do it at raves. Well, that's completely different from what I'm talking about here. This is a therapeutic setting. It's a therapeutic dose, very small, just enough to open up the pathways. And, while they're in the experience, they get connected to their higher self. So they get to see the answers that have been eluding them all these years.
So what would you say to somebody who loves to speak, but maybe they just don't have the courage to get started?
So it comes with practice. I started off, I was not good at all. Like, I would have people calling me going, oh my God, that was so bad. But I didn't care because I knew I needed to start somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, I was not one of those people that had to start right out the chute being great and excellent, and all those things are perfect. I made my mistakes along the way. I had, just really, really bad way of presenting myself. But I just kept at it. It continued day after day, just kept at it and kept getting more and more relaxed and more authentic. I think that's probably the best thing too, is just showing up as themselves. I think that's probably the first and foremost thing. Just show up and do your best.
I know that there are so many people with stories, with those struggle stories, where, especially when it comes to mental health, where in a lot of places it's still taboo. In a lot of communities or cultures, it's still very taboo to talk about mental health at all, let alone be very personal with it.
Absolutely.
So what was it for you that got you over that hump of, it's hard to talk about, but I need to talk about it? How did you get from the want to the need?
Yeah. No, that's a brilliant question. And that really leads us to my message too, is that, like, you're right. A lot of people are ashamed of maybe not feeling 100%, or ashamed of maybe they wake up depressed or have anxiety and they don't want to talk about it. And I knew in order for us to heal this mental health crisis that we're in, we have to talk about it. So it starts with me. I mean, I can't ask others to talk about it if I'm not willing to. And if I'm not willing to normalize it, how can others normalize it? So I just went from, I know I'm here to serve. I know that my message is important. And we are in the middle of this mental health crisis that I, with my message, am turning it into a mental wellness revolution. We know that the current way of, antidepressants and other things, they're not working for everyone. They may work for some, but there's those out there that it's just not working. And this just provides an alternative for those who are really want to take a stand for themselves, because that's what was driving me. I knew when I got back from that, 10 to 12 day retreat of up to 4 hours of talk therapy a day. Yeah, it helped a little, but I knew I wasn't back, and I was willing and committed to fight for myself and really do what I needed to do, even if it meant taking a medicine that is outside the box. I was willing to do whatever it took because I was that committed to myself that I wanted to make, to get myself back, because I couldn't be good for anyone. I wasn't good for my kids. I couldn't be there. I was completely flattened by this. So I couldn't be there for my kids in the way that I wanted to be. I wasn't there for my clients. I had to release all my clients. I didn't work for 4 months. And so there was a lot going on in my life that I was just like, I got to do this, not only for me, but for everyone else that I'm here to serve.
I keep hearing that pattern of what gets people over that hump is knowing from the inside out that it's something well beyond you, that it's no longer about you at all. And I know that doesn't inspire every single person, but it inspires many of us. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what it is. And then I was so inspired because once I got into it and I started realizing, oh my gosh, there's not enough of me to handle what is coming down the pike, especially with mental health, that it was important that I then created the academy to train other coaches and health and wellness practitioners. And my next cohort is beginning February 4th. And I already have people registered and ready to go for that, because people are hungry. They want to know how they can help and how they can serve. And this is one way for them to be able to do it. For those who have a servant's heart and they're open to new modalities and, not afraid to look outside the box. It's the perfect thing for them.
Mental health is close to my mind as well. I have my own stories, lots of them. I almost died 7 times. Like there's so much going on behind the scenes. But I was reading a study from 2019, right before the pandemic happened. And it was sharing how the general population, 1 in 5 people were suffering from mental health issues. What we tend to think of as the people who suffer the most tend to be the veterans, the service providers. They were 1 in 3. Now, I would love for you to guess, all of you can guess if you want, where you think entrepreneurs were somewhere on that scale. What did you say up, Ani? Yeah. What about you, Bronwyn? Where do you think they were?
1 of 2.
It was 1 in 2. And that was before the pandemic.
Yeah.
And then the pandemic happened, and the new study that they started doing showed that the general population was now 1 in 3. I can't imagine where the service and veterans are. And I certainly can't imagine where the entrepreneurs are. Yeah. It's like, wow. Yeah. Yeah. So talk about pandemic. That's the side effect of a pandemic that we thought nothing about at the time.
I think it's still to come in the generation of children who didn't get the socialization, didn't get the non-verbals, and don't get any started on that one.
Yeah, my husband's cousin works with a lot of those young kids right before they get into school. And she's like, they are not the same kind of kids coming in now as they were pre-pandemic. She's like, they're completely different.
Yes.
It's like, I don't even want to know what their projected schooling looks like, let alone how they become an adult, all the habits they're going to bring with them and drag with them. And then we need these conversations to happen.
Well, that's why I am speaking now. So to get the word out now, I mean, we're on the crest of the wave of this incredible, we can't even fathom what's coming down the pike, but I'm a visionary and I get glimpses of what it's going to look like. And, then I bring myself back and I'm like, okay, what can I do to help? What can I do? And what I'm doing with the way I'm presenting mental wellness and is just a small part. It's a small contribution, but it's what I'm here to do. And I'm here to bring this healing modality, this beautiful medicine that I have seen time and time again with many, many, many clients, I get to see them firsthand transform their lives. And I get to, share that passion, and not only from what I've experienced, but all my clients. So it's what we are heading into. And a lot of people are, they're cautious, of course, and they should be, because they've heard, just negative things. But I think when it comes just like I did, where I was willing to try anything at that point to get myself back and to be the best I could for my family and for my clients and for myself, first and foremost.
That's the hard part. Especially as women, we're so trained to be like, let's serve all the people around us, make our environment safe, and then I will feel safe. I couldn't walk all of April because I got myself to that point. And Ani knows this. She's been helping me. Thank you so much, Ani. And it's just that process of having to reprogram, looking after ourselves first. We say it all the time. The oxygen mask goes on us before it goes on the person beside us. But those are the habits that help prevent all of this snowballing effect.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I always know when I'm getting myself, because I experienced such deep burnout, like I now have little checks and balances. And the moment I hear my voice go, you don't have time to eat, or you don't have time to shower, or you don't have time to, the moment I say I don't have time, and it's something that's going to care for myself, I know I'm heading toward, toward burnout again. So I have to, the moment I hear that voice, I get to just take a step back, pause, and go, wait a second. Of course I have time. And I'm the most important, person here. So I have to do it because I can't serve my clients and my kids and myself without it.
So we have about 5 minutes left. I want to make sure that we know where to find you and your favorite way of communicating.
Yeah. So my website is ketamineassistedcoaching.com, and it's KETAMINE for those who have never heard of ketamine. ketamineassistedcoaching.com. I am on all the socials. Instagram, my handle is Conscious Ketamine. On Facebook as well, Conscious Ketamine. On YouTube and TikTok, all of them. I'm there. I do videos regularly. And the best way of communication, you can email me. My email is Bronwyn, BRONWYN, at Bronwyn, my first name again, BRONWYN, Davis.com. So it's Bronwyn at BronwynDavis.com. but really any of those avenues, I've got a, on my website, you can book a 30-minute clarity call. It's absolutely free just to chat with me. If you have questions, if anyone is curious, they want to learn more, they can go ahead and use that form on my website.
So then I also like to hold space at the end of an interview for anything that is on your head or in your heart. Maybe we didn't talk about it, or maybe you just need something specific to be taken away from this conversation today. What might that be?
So for me, I see so much pain and suffering out in the world with mental health. We've talked about it, the rate of depression, the rate of anxiety, OCD, PTSD is skyrocketing. We are in an unprecedented time. And I see it day in, day out. I see it. And my encouragement and what I would like to leave is, don't be afraid. Don't be shy to get the help you need. Don't be embarrassed. Kind of to your point, Laura, about how people are ashamed that they're not just in their tip top. But I can assure you, we are all in this together, and we're all experiencing something. And so I just encourage that, just without any judgment, without putting any labels or anything, but get the help that you know is out there. Therapeutic ketamine is one healing modality, and it's an alternative. It's cutting edge, but there are many others. And never be ashamed to talk about your mental health with someone who is compassionate and caring. That's, I think, key as well. You want to make sure that you are, when you do share it with someone who is compassionate and understanding and non-judgmental. But I would love to see our world talk about mental health issues even more freely, and just as if it's just part of us, and also to talk about the healing that goes along with that.
Oh, I thought I was muted for a second. Yeah, there's so much healing needs to happen. So many conversations need to happen. And I know days like Bell Let's Talk Day or Mental Health Week are not enough. And so I love that we can have these one-on-one conversations, these group conversations, even with our clients, our community members. Just so that you know, Bron, you're in the US, aren't you?
Yes.
I'm always working on mental health events. And one of them I'm going to be creating for next year, but just locally. But then the next step, because I couldn't walk all of April, right? One step at a time, is I want to do a Facing Fears festival. So we talk about fear. Yeah.
Beautiful.
And also I want to thank Wendy before she goes for being our co-host for the first little bit. Thank you so much, Wendy.
Yeah. Well, Laura, please keep me posted. Keep me posted on that Facing Fears event. I'd love to be a speaker, or, however I can help with that as well.
Awesome. We'll stay connected behind the scenes. Thank you so much, Bronwyn.
Thank you. Thank you for this interview. I really appreciate it.
Awesome. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. So Ani, our next guest, is actually just restarting her computer. She's having some sound issues.
I see it.
And I like that Wendy asked in the private chat, is that a tour shirt? I thought it was a tour shirt.
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah, let's see. It is. Yes, those two shirts, like I wear it at home or when I'm on a tour, like at the venue. I don't wear it outside.
You promote. It's all good. You're like, you want to come, and yeah, it's all good. Thank you, Ani, for doing the second half of this with me.
Oh, I love it.
I did have a chance to go check on my daughter. So for those at home, my daughter's homesick again. She's been having breathing issues. Ani's been helping me with her. Ani helps me with me. Like, Ani's just amazing. I love her so much. And I also love that you are super willing to just jump into opportunities like this without knowing a whole lot. So I want to celebrate you and other people that co-host with me, because they're like, I don't know what's going to go on. That's fine. You'll be fine.
That's what I love about it. It's like not knowing anything about it and just let's see.
But I get to hang out with Laura. That's all.
That's what I love about.
So
Yes.
our guest is behind the scenes. We're just going to test things out with you. Okay, Dr. Jennifer. So if you're ready to come up, just give me a thumbs up. And then if you're still having issues, then we will work it out. Yeah, thumbs, maybe. Can you hear us? I'm going to bring you to stage anyway. Can you hear us, Dr. Jennifer? You're on mute, though. Still no. Okay. We can see you. So what I'm going to do, we've done this before, is I'm going to call you. No worries. No worries. Actually, let's try this first. On mute. Can't unmute your guest because they chose to mute themselves. Okay. So I'm going to call you on Facebook Messenger. Hopefully we are connected on Facebook Messenger. We've done this before, haven't we, Ani?
Yep. Can't hear. Oh, she can't hear us either. Okay, she just unmuted.
Oh,
we
yeah.
Can't hear you. Can you hear us?
Jennifer. Okay, Ruthensteiner. Okay.
Can you hear us, Jennifer? No.
I'm gonna video call you. I'm going to audio call you. Audio call you on Facebook Messenger. Wait. Oh, she must have her account private.
Why don't you give her your numbers so she can call you?
I am long distance.
Oh, she can call me if she's in US.
External mic isn't working either.
It says, okay, sounds good. Oh, are you in US?
You'll have to call me. Your account is private. There we go. Then I'm going to grab my headphones. Wherever I put those.
Okay, she's in the US. Do you want her to call on my phone or I can call her on her phone?
You're speaking through your headset, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So you guys can call each other if you want. Just because it'll echo if she's talking and then it goes into your mic. But you can try that, and I'll go search for my headphones. This is fun. Flexibility is fun. I'm still gonna go grab my headphones. I will be right back. Figuring it out as we go. Oh, they're in my suitcase.
So Laura, when she calls me, how do I, since I'm on my earpiece, I mean, I can't turn off my earpiece.
No, that's okay.
So how would she hear like?
So you may have to have the phone closer to your microphone
like
thing.
This. Okay.
Yeah, just when she talks, which hopefully is a lot.
FaceTime, okay.
FaceTime works too.
No, I don't have mine is not an iPhone.
Oh, now there's mine. Da, da, da.
What's up?
Can you call here? Nope, here. Usually what happens is this is the first interview of the day, and we work out most of this before we go live. Oh, you can hear us
Join
now.
my FaceTime. Okay, let's see. She sent me a message to join her FaceTime. Name.
Okay, hold on. I have missed a call. Answer.
FaceTime.
We can hear you. Okay,
Yeah?
so what I usually do is, I know, right? So I have to put you on my headphones so that we don't triple hear everything.
There we go.
And then I'm going to set up my microphone.
Okay, so I'll turn it off because I'm there also apparently. FaceTime call.
Oh,
Let's see what happens if I say join.
Wait, call ended. What? Call me again. I don't know what is going on. Either way, setting up my microphone. I don't know why I'm singing Blue Skidoos. You can too, but
I don't know what happened. I mean, I joined my FaceTime. Did she send you join my FaceTime? Can you hear me? Apparently, I'm on FaceTime, but it says waiting to be let in.
Oh, she's on video call with me. I got her.
Okay, you got her. Okay, I'm leaving.
Say something, Jennifer.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You can hear her? Awesome.
I can hear her.
Can you hear me?
What I'm going to do, though, is I can't remember if I have to listen through the computer.
Well, we can hear her just like that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I think we're good as long as you all are good.
Yeah, we can. I can hear.
Phone so it doesn't fall over. There. How's that?
Oh, this is an interesting setup, like between.
Oh, it's so much better. There was one day I had my ring light over here with my phone on Facebook Messenger call because we couldn't see or hear the person. So I couldn't pull them up to stage. So then I'm sitting here talking to my phone as if it's a human being. It's fine. So this works.
Flexibility is key in life, right?
That's Heidi's thing too. Flexibility is key. Flexibility is fun. So now that we're here, now that we have it figured out and we can hear and see you, how are you, Dr. Jennifer?
I am excellent. I am doing super well. How are you? Just busy, like preparing for Thanksgiving and so forth. But
Yes.
yeah, I'm doing really well.
Awesome. So let's dive right in. Let's get as much of you as we possibly can because I want to know the human being behind the business and the message. So let's get to know you. So I have this opening question, and here it is. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Passionate, true to her word, and I know this is more than 1 word each, but
That's okay.
Always wanting to better herself. 3 concepts, I guess.
Really, that's what I'm looking for is the energy behind the words, not necessarily the words. So always ready to better herself.
Always wanting to better herself, yes.
Okay. Herself. Down the page in the corner. So then let's take these 3 concepts, the energy behind the words of the passionate, the true to her word, I think integrity, maybe something like that. And always ready to better herself.
I don't know what word would be on that, but let's take the energy of those. What do those have to do with the core message that you have?
Well, I feel like one of my main sort of driving forces in life and my mission is for every day to be better than the previous day.
Aww.
So every day in some way to improve upon existence, one's own life, the life of one's children, family, community, and then panning out into the environment and the world at large. So what can I do, and what can one do in general to make small or incremental daily adjustments to just become better and better and just maximize on this lifespan that we have?
Oh, high potential is popping into my mind right now. High performance, high potential, all of that.
Right.
Did you?
And I mean, I live and breathe it, and this is part of why I do what I do and why I'm passionate about what I do and my mission in terms of my business. But it also pans out beyond the business, into how I choose to move through my own days.
Of course. And I'm going to assume that there's a story behind this of why you got into this area of expertise. Can you tell us about that?
Sure. Yeah, so I was born in Europe, and I grew up in Austria, and my family was always very holistically inclined and very nature oriented. And when I was about 4, I landed in the hospital with a tumor in my knee that the doctors couldn't figure out. And my earliest memories are from that hospital stay and just seeing other kids, because I was on the pediatric floor, other kids with really debilitating illnesses. So that was sort of a wake-up call to that we do have a limited lifespan. And my earliest memories of myself being hooked up to tubes and not really being able to move around and having all these medical professionals around me all the time and not really having great answers in terms of what was going on with me was I still remember that really vividly. So from there, that sort of sparked what I became really passionate about, which was health and healing and understanding the body and understanding how we can prevent disease and nurture health. So then when I was 7 or 8, being in Austria, Chernobyl, which was in Ukraine, happened. And the nuclear fallout from that really challenged how we lived our life, because I like to collect mushrooms, and my parents had a vegetable garden, and we weren't able to eat mushrooms. We weren't able to eat anything that grew in the soil for at least a year thereafter. And so that was another big hit health-wise. I'm sure that actually started some of my later health issues. Then when I was 9, 10 or so, I had a case of blood poisoning that was pretty far along as well. And so I had these 3 major childhood events that really catapulted me in a way to going down this track from an early age. So then I went through high school, and I was always known as the health nut. Like I was the health nut at school. And I vividly recall, like on my 16th birthday, all my friends, they got together and they made me a T-shirt, and it had all these health, like Jenny, the health nut. They called me Jenny at the time, and all these healthy symbols on the shirt. I still have that T-shirt.
Aww.
Yeah. And so then I went to naturopathic school after college. And it was at that time that I ran, along with the rest of my class, a heavy metal test. Prior to this, actually starting in high school, I started feeling more and more compromised. My energy was lacking. I needed to sleep a lot more than other kids my age. I didn't have, I guess now in retrospect, I would call it a significant brain fog, but I didn't really know it at the time because I didn't have anything to compare it to. But I spent a lot more time studying than my friends because it took a lot longer for me to learn the concepts. And then when I got to grad school, I ran a heavy metal test, and my mercury levels were off the chart. My instructor said he'd never seen mercury levels that high. I don't know where, still to this day, I never had any silver, aka mercury fillings, but I don't know where the mercury came from. But at that point, I started really investigating my health because by that point, there were other things going on. And then it turned out that I had low thyroid function, that I had Hashimoto's, which is autoimmune thyroid disease. I had anemia, and I had a few other diagnoses like chronic fatigue and so forth. So from that point onward, I started unraveling the root cause, or really digging down into what some of the driving forces were that were undermining my own health, and one at a time reversing those. To a point, it took maybe 5 years to 10 years for me to fully regain my health to where now I feel so much, indescribably better than when I was a teen or in my 20s. And so I know it's possible. And now with my patients, like, I'm all about reversing chronic disease and restoring health, but truly restoring health, not necessarily putting people on medications, not going down the track of diagnosing a disease and treating that disease, but really figuring out the underlying imbalance causing the set of symptoms that gets translated into a particular ICD code, right, or disease code, but rather treating the underlying disturbances, whether they're toxicities or they're nutritional deficiencies or they're structural issues in the body. So I help people move in their health journeys from feeling at half-mast to getting back to full-mast health.
I like that analogy, the half-mast to the full-mast. Yeah, I feel like this some days where it's like it takes so much effort to feel like me. And then there's people like you and people like Ani and people like some of the other Blue Talks crew where I'm like, you guys are so awesome in your area of expertise. I could never figure it out on my own. But I know that you have the training, but was there ever a point where you're so in your own story that you kind of have those blinders to what's actually happening on the outside?
Sometimes it's interesting because yes, I read so much and I surround myself with this information all the time. And then when I talk with somebody who hasn't really delved into that integrative functional medicine, restorative medicine realm, I realize, wow, people really don't have the full breadth of information that they should be privy to make a lot of changes really on their own, or at least to recognize certain things that might be undermining their health. So I see myself as more a teacher, like teaching, giving information so that people can make more and more informed decisions and really recognize that, just because they have a diagnosis of diabetes doesn't necessarily mean they will always have diabetes, or a diagnosis of low thyroid function, which is hypothyroidism, doesn't necessarily mean they always have to suffer from that particular disease. Like in many cases, probably most cases, a lot of these situations are completely reversible, but people just don't know.
Yep.
So it's interesting, like stepping out and seeing where, you know, the layperson in a way is at, right?
Yeah. One of the things I do to remind myself, because I get caught in that same area too. You're like, I thought people would know this. Apparently they don't. So now I just remind myself to pretend that everybody is a 6-year-old. And if a typical 6-year-old wouldn't know, then my assumption should be that they just don't know. Unless I know that they're in that area where they have those types of conversations or they do that type of research. Because I'm stuck in that little world where I'm in it so often that I keep forgetting the people outside.
You know, it's so interesting that when I do my YouTube videos, sometimes I always think of, okay, now I have to share something really different, really unique. And then I hear like Gary Vee, or I hear some other people that have millions of people following them. And one of their things is keep repeating what you're teaching, because people, they need to hear it over and over until they're like aware of it. And it's the hardest thing because I get bored. I'm like, I can't keep talking about pain relief and pain prevention over and over and how do you do it? But it's like, no, Ani, you got to do it. You got to keep talking about it. You know, it's not about you. It's not what makes me excited. It's like what's going to help the person that's living with pain. So I love that you consider yourself a teacher, because exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So you could hear her. That was the first test.
Yes.
Okay. It's like, if I mute me so that you don't get double feedback of hearing yourself through the mic. This is a whole process.
No, it's perfect. I can hear you really well.
Oh, good. No, I love that you're here with us, that you helped us figure this out, and that you're willing to go through some of the uncomfortableness to share your message. So I would love to know a little bit about your journey in sharing this message. I know it wasn't always easy. So was there ever a time that you didn't want to share this message at all with other people? You were just in you?
The message of my own story, or the message of me moving into the profession that I chose?
The message that you want to share with the world. So that could be moving into your profession. Well, you said it was improving life every single day. Yeah. Was there ever a time that you didn't want to share it yet?
No.
Oh, you always wanted to share. Good.
Yeah. I mean, as far as I can recall, there was never a time when I felt like shy to share it, or like there was some, reason to not share it. No, I just feel like people in general, they deserve to know, right?
Mm-hmm.
That our bodies are not robots in a way.
Yeah.
Right? They don't break the same way that then you just replace that part, or you just, to tighten the screw a little bit. Our bodies actually have this incredible self-healing mechanism. And so, part of my message is just to relax into that self-healing mechanism and to listen to it and to really recognize, okay, where does it need a little bit of extra help? And just to move into that gently,
Mm-hmm.
using as natural or non-toxic or gentle approaches possible to just get the body back to where it has more ease, right? So where it can easily move from a state of dis-ease back into a state of ease. And sometimes we approach health challenges with these sledgehammers. We're really, all the body needs is just to be listened to. And oftentimes less is more, right? Like stress is a huge driver of disease, like emotional stress or work stress or family stress, or even stress unto oneself, like the negative messages that we tell ourselves. I'm not good enough. I'm not living up to my own expectations. I'm not living up to other people's expectations. I'm not doing well at this or that, or in school or at my job, or all these negative messages. All that builds up as stress, and stress undermines the sort of resilience of the body in huge ways. Stress unto itself can create chronic digestive issues, can predispose to migraines, can predispose to like brain fog and dementias, can predispose to even like fibromyalgia and some musculoskeletal issues. So if we just slow down and simplify and listen and nourish, a lot of symptoms could fall away readily without the use of medications. And I'm so passionate. I don't recall any time in my life where it was difficult for me to message that into the world.
Good. No, that's wonderful to hear. Obviously you're speaking and podcasting. Have you ever been on a stage, or did you ever write a book, or have you thought about writing a book?
Yes, I'm actually currently writing a book.
Are you?
I was writing a book a few years back, and it was going to be specifically about thyroid health because it pertained to my own journey, but also there are so many individuals, especially women in the US and around the world, with thyroid dysfunction, mostly low thyroid function. So that percolated for a couple of years, but now I'm actually consolidating it because I feel like different individuals have different Achilles heels. So we all have weaknesses, and where disease manifests is in that weak part of our body.
Yep.
Right. For some of us, it's our joints. For others, that Achilles heel is migraines, for example. For others, it's the gut. For others, it's the thyroid. But sometimes the root cause, the underlying disturbance, is the same thing. So it doesn't make sense to write a book specifically about a particular disease state like thyroid dysfunction, when really the underlying disturbances that create disease, that's where more strategic focus ought to go. So I'm actually rewriting the book in a completely different way, from that deeper, I don't necessarily want to call it root cause, but from a deeper orientation that can help people who are suffering from many different types of half-masked states of health. So that's in the works. I'm planning on having it all done by mid-2025.
Go ahead, Ani.
Oh, there were two things you mentioned that I was like, yay, if you were here, I would be like, high five. One of them is, bringing the sledgehammers when you're addressing someone's issues. And I often tell my clients, your body is not Amazon Prime. Like, we can't deliver it, overnight. It's a process. It takes time. You didn't get messed up or things didn't happen overnight, and it's not going to be fixed overnight. It takes time. And then I love that what you mentioned is about, when conventional medicine, unfortunately, so when you put the symptoms together and it equals a specific code, which equals a specific diagnosis, which equals a specific medication. It's like, no, finding the underlying cause. And so, like, the way you approach the health and well-being is not a quick fix, but it's a forever fix thing. And I love that approach.
And that's where my message to myself and others is every day be better than the last day. Drink an extra glass of water. Do something small, or opt not to eat that second piece of pie, right? Or right. And because with these small incremental steps, that's where true health emerges, and not with the popping an ibuprofen every time one has a headache. Yeah.
So I think I was immune to extra strength adult Tylenol by the age of 12. Because I was in so much pain as a kid. Like, I would wake up in the middle of the night screaming in pain. And it didn't matter how much my mom tried to massage my legs, because most of it was leg pain. It didn't matter. She couldn't press hard enough. So then my dad would have to come in. He was a meat cutter for most of his life, so he's used to working with stuff. And he would just massage so hard. It was the only thing that helped, that and the adult strength Tylenol, which was okayed by my doctor in order for it to help. But then, you get the immunity to it, liver damage from it, just so many systemic things, because it was a progressive, consistent thing that now I have to deal with the consequences.
But the real question is the why.
Exactly.
Why? What's really going on? Why is the body, especially kids' bodies are so resilient. And symptoms, the body doesn't present symptoms for no good reason. That's my belief. Like, the body's not going to throw out a headache just for fun. No, it's actually, it's a sign that there's a disturbance. So then the real question is, what's the disturbance?
Yeah.
And to take the time, and to take the energy, and to take the, and the effort to figure out what the underlying disturbance is. What's egging it on?
Yeah. We used to think it was growing pains, because I was growing. It tended to happen more when I was going through a growth spurt. But now that I'm an adult and I still get those pains, Ani and I have been talking about different diagnoses that I'm looking at. It's like, oh, this explains my whole life history of these types of happenings. But that's not generally what your GP looks at. And so I love when I can get different types of health practitioners to look at more than the one symptom or the one issue, and see me as a whole system that works together, that, just as you said, finds that weak point, and then that weak point starts to have issues. I thought of a balloon when you said that. Like, it always busts in the weak point.
Yep. So that might be your Achilles heel, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I think my Achilles heel is actually my nervous system and my connective tissue. We're working on those, but it's so good that you do that.
Just asking why, always just asking why.
Yeah.
What's really going on here?
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing is, the body knows everything.
Yes.
The body knows exactly what's going on, what's wrong with it,
Mm-hmm.
what its toxicities are,
Mm-hmm.
what its deficiencies are. The body knows everything already. And so then there's the other aspect of intuition. Like, if we just sit and we ask the body a question, I know this is a little far out, but
Oh no, it's perfect here.
Sometimes the answer can percolate, right? If you just sit and you ask a question like, why do I have a headache? And just be be, right? And sometimes the body, that subconscious, will surface and give a little snippet of a suggestive, idea of, oh, maybe it is the fact that, I'm eating a bunch of junk food that has, food coloring and preservatives and et cetera in there.
Yeah.
Maybe, right? And so I think then just honing on that for a bit is super powerful.
Yeah, that was my cousin. It took them a long time to figure out that they were allergic to red dye number 9. Like, how do you figure out something so specific?
Sometimes it takes time
Yeah.
to figure it out. But then once you do, you don't need any more Tylenol,
Mm-hmm.
right?
That would be so nice.
You're just treating the cause and staying away from the, the perturbing factor.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So, okay, you talked about your book. Do you have a name for your book yet?
It's percolating.
Okay.
I think I'm pretty close to saying yes, I do have a name.
Okay. So maybe next time I interview
It's under
you.
wraps.
No, it's all good. It's all good. And then you're on podcasting. Do you also speak on stages?
Yes. So I've actually spoken intermittently on stages. I'm really I'm super passionate about clinical care, and I have children at home, so it's actually really difficult for me to travel to a lot of stages to speak.
Mm-hmm.
But as my kids are getting older, and one of my sons is in college now, and the other son is about to graduate high school this coming spring, I'm getting back more into traveling to speak.
Nice.
So that's on the docket.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be speaking at the Washington Association of Naturopathic Physicians because I'm in Washington State in the spring. So that'll be fun. And perhaps in the fall, I'll speak at the American Association conference.
Nice.
So then we also like to talk about any other creative ways that you like to share your message, because those are the typical 3, the speaking, the authoring, and the podcasting. But there are so many ways to share your message. What types of ways besides those 3 do you use or do you like to use?
Well, so in my practice,
Mm-hmm.
with my patients, I also do group visits. So I share my messages through seeing multiple patients who are who have similar health situations
Mm-hmm.
collectively, so that they can then also form cohorts and work with each other and support each other. So I love doing that because I feel like the group dynamic and energy is so much more powerful than an individual one-on-one doctor-patient session. I love doing that. And so the way that I've moved, the way that I see patients is actually more into this membership-based format where people can get together, and every week I have group visits, and every week I take a number of people on walks and we talk about certain things. And
You do walking meetings?
we do.
Oh, that's awesome. Do you take them outside where there's plants and animals and stuff in nature?
Mm-hmm. Like in the fall, I took a number of individuals on a mushroom walk, and I was showing them the edible mushrooms in the forest here, so that was fun.
I would totally go for a mushroom walk. Because I always see I love mushrooms, but I think mushrooms are causing skin issues. But either way, like, I would have loved to have known if I could eat the mushrooms in my yard or on my hikes, because I have no idea.
Yeah, in our woods, there's a lot of chanterelles, and I love chanterelles. So
It's a mushroom. All I heard was the word mushroom.
Oh, chanterelles.
I know, but I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it's a type of mushroom. They're really good. So, anyways, so that's a lot of what I do is kind of guide patients in more of a group setting, and every week we have meditations, and I mean we do all sorts of different things.
Yeah, but I like that because then it takes who you are, especially those mushroom walks. It takes who you are as a human being and blends it into your message and your business, so that it's not just, oh, Jennifer's another doctor. It's Jennifer also is a human being who has these types of hobbies. And this is why she shares her message in these ways. See? Subtleties. I love it. We have about 5 minutes left. I want to make sure that we know where to find you and your favorite way to communicate.
So I have a website, which is rebootcenter.com.
Yes.
And then on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, it's all at Reboot Center. So it's at Reboot Center or #Reboot Center.
Awesome.
And the clinic is on Whidbey Island. I'm actually on an island off of close to Seattle.
Is that West Coast?
Yes.
Okay. I was like, I think Seattle's over there.
Yeah, northwest.
Above me, kind of.
Okay.
The upper left corner. Not as far as Alaska, but down.
Oh, okay. I'm in like the lower east corner of Canada. So I know just like a little bit of the eastern side of US and a little bit of the western side. And then I know Texas and Florida, but that's about it. All the middle states, I don't really know.
So there's California and then Oregon and then Washington, which
Yeah,
borders
you're in
up against Columbia. So we're just below British Columbia.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought that was California. Plus, I learned all of the geography in French, so I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's pretty up here. So the clinic is on an island. It's accessible by ferry on one side and by bridge on the other side. So it's not that remote, but it's remote enough to where it's still very rural and it's beautiful.
Aw, that does sound beautiful. So I want to make sure that with the last couple minutes that we have, if there's anything on your head or in your heart that you need to share with people, or something that you need people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
Yeah, I would just say question everything. Like question everyone, especially when it comes to your body, your health, and your potential, right? Even question your own idea of what your potential could be, because it may actually be a lot more than what you have created yourself to believe. So I think that would be my message.
I like that. And it's inspiring because we're all trying to grow. That's why we have the show. That's why we have the listeners that we do. We want something more, but there's usually something stopping us. So I like to have these conversations to be like, what's stopping you? Who are you as a person? What's your business? Cool. So what is...
So I think that just always asking, like, is that really so?
Yeah.
Right? Is that really the case? So if you're given a diagnosis, is that really accurate? Or what can I do? Like, is that possibly reversible? And just asking those questions, I think starts things percolating in a little bit of a different way in one's brain. And I think just asking those questions is just really important to staying open to the possibilities for change to optimize in a really powerful direction.
Oh. I want to thank you so much for being here with us. And again, for working through all of the tech issues with us live.
No, I'm sorry about that.
No,
it
happens. It happens every single time we do the show. Maybe not every single day, but at least every week we do the show, there's at least one person. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Laura. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Ani, as well, for being on this.
It was nice meeting you, Doctor.
So we will chat again soon, and I hope to see you at another one of the Blue Talks networking events, because I think that's the first time we met.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So I will see you again soon. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so now what I'm going to do is bye, Jennifer, from the phone.
That was so cool how you did it. Made it work.
I make it work. I'm also going to take myself off the microphone. Sorry.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
It mutes when I speak the mic.
I'm like, is she deciding like, okay, I'm done. I'm leaving.
That's it. Show's over. Her next guest, Stephany, behind the scenes, has to go home. No, I'm just joking. So, Stephany, if you are ready to join us, just give me a thumbs up. I always like to ask because you never know what's going on behind the scenes. So, and you just missed the extra fun that we had. Sometimes tech issues happen, which means you never know how you're going to hear somebody, how you're going to talk to them. And so we had to have a weird setup, but it worked. It worked. Okay, we're just going to shake it off.
Yay!
Mm-hmm. And just so you know, Dr. Stephany, you can hang out however long you want behind the scenes. All good.
Okay.
No worries at all. Or sorry, Dr. Jennifer. Are you also a doctor, Stephany?
I'm a Juris Doctor. Yeah, I have a doctorate degree.
Oh, cool.
I'm not a medical doctor, but I have a doctorate.
That's awesome.
I'm a doctor of law.
Oh, okay, cool. So how I usually like to start off these interviews is, excuse me, I have this research question because I think we're all sick of like people reading off bios or you giving pitches, which are just the same over and over. So I want to get to know who Stephany is behind the business and behind the message. Do we have a similar cup? I think you do. Does it have rocks?
Hydrogen. I don't, but it's a hydrogen water bottle. Is that what yours is?
Mine's just a rock bottle.
Oh,
There's like fancy rocks in the bottom.
yeah, I like it. Yeah, so mine does this. I don't know if you can see the glow up. So it turns the water all bubbly into hydrogen. So it adds more hydrogen particles to the water. And it's supposed to be really, really good for you.
Nice.
I'm not that kind of doctor, so I don't know.
We just had one of those on. Okay, so here's the question that I like to start off with. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Mm.
Yeah, right?
Do I answer this right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So 3 words would be...
The whole point is it's supposed to be hard, so no worries.
Empowered.
Ooh.
Radiant.
Oh, I love that one too.
And determined.
I like all your words. I don't know. Okay, maybe the word empowered, but I don't think I've ever heard the words, and I've done, I think, over 300 interviews with this question now. I've never heard the words radiant and determined before.
Oh.
Yes. So the reason why I ask this is because we're going to learn so much about who you are, how you like to run business, how you like to show up in the world, how you relate to other people before you ever tell us anything about you. And okay, so here's the next part of this. And then we just go wherever the conversation goes just to have some fun. So how do the words empowered, radiant, and determined, how do they play a role in the core message that you have for people?
When we are in the process of becoming something greater, becoming more, becoming fully expanded, and we step into who we truly are, we are empowered. And when we step and when we walk in our authenticity of who we are a brilliant, shining star, because we know that we are no longer a B character in our story. We are the radiant diamond in our story. And when you take on the process of becoming something so much more, there is this steadfast determination that nobody can take away from you, because you know that you were meant for greatness, that you were meant to be magnificent, to be so much more. And you have that inner determination, that inner motivation, and that inner drive that there is so much more to who you are.
Love the energy behind those words. I got excited because I've been trying to do that in my own life lately, like embody that energy that you just spoke to us.
Yes.
And so I started playing with the Facebook AI image generator just to try to like find images of redheads with like
Yes.
sky, and just try to find one with the physical body and energy of like goddess energy, confident energy, that radiant. It's so hard to get in AI images because it's not human. But when you see a human like you speak it and live it, it's like, yes,
Yes.
that's a snapshot.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes. And, you know, the more you work with AI and the more AI, the bot gets to know you and your voice and who you are, it will produce the images that are more in alignment with who you are. It's conditioning and programming, right? We're all conditioned and programmed. We also need to condition and program the bots to reflect us.
So true.
Exactly. So I'm going to assume that there's some sort of story there that got you into this work of, I want to make sure I'm using your words, becoming your fully expanded self. Just to recap what you said.
Yes. Yeah. So, you know, it wasn't always rainbows and sunshine and diamonds. So, you know, my background, the way I grew up, I came from a really solid family, a family that really embodied family. And when I went on to becoming older, you know, I was an athlete, played sports, I manifested my way around the world. I walked into a liberal arts college university, a top university, after they sent in all the acceptance letters. They were done accepting people, and I got a meeting with the board and said, I want a full scholarship and you want me as your student. And a week later, I got a letter with a full ride to this very prestigious university. And then I went off to law school. But then I got involved in 2 toxic marriages. You know, there's a word that is thrown around a lot lately, narcissism. It's used a lot to describe everything we don't prefer. And I didn't find myself, you know, you enter these marriages not knowing, not having that level of awareness. And so for almost 20 years between 2 marriages, I stopped dreaming, I stopped growing, I stopped becoming. And instead, you know, we're either moving forward in our life or we're moving backwards. We're not stuck. I was moving backwards. And when you're moving backwards, you're moving towards death and disillusion. You've given up on your dreams. You stop dreaming. You stop using your imagination, and you just exist, survive, and wonder if life could be any better. Then fast forward to 2022, I lived in paradise. I lived in Southwest Florida on the ocean. Beautiful place. We were hit by Hurricane Ian. Our house was underwater. We lost everything. Everything we owned was gone. And then my second husband went into a narcissistic rage, and it was the scariest thing I've ever experienced. And it was in that moment that I realized that just as the hurricane had destroyed my home and everything was lost, and just as my ex-husband, his rage and his anger, my mind had been destroyed by a Category 5 hurricane. And just as I had to rebuild my house, you have to tear everything out. There's mud everywhere. You have to break it down to the studs to get all the mold out. And then when it can't be saved, you have to just bulldoze it and start all over. And for me, leaving that marriage, learning that my mind also was hit by the hurricane, I had to rebuild my mind. I had to rebuild the concept that I have of who I am and who I am meant to be. And just as I had to go through the rubble of my old house looking for things, can I save this? I had to do that with my mind. And I had to look at every belief and say, is this belief who I am? Or is this a belief that my ex-husband's told me I was? Is this a belief that my friends and family say I am? Is this a belief that was ingrained in me when I was a child? Is this a belief that I believe based on my environment and my present circumstances, or am I so much more? So just as I held up every article of clothing, can I save this? It's full of brackish water and it's moldy and gross. All my shoes were full of mud. These beliefs, do I believe this? Does it serve me? Is it no longer true? Was it ever true? And I let them go and I rewrote a new story based on the beliefs that I want, the beliefs that I believe I am. And so that's why I'm here, to help people. When you come out of these toxic relationships, you're lucky. And I say you're lucky because you have a clean slate. You can go through all the beliefs that and the concepts that you defined yourself, and you can throw out the ones that don't serve you and that make no sense to you, and the beliefs that you always wondered, where did these beliefs come from? I don't believe this. Why do I accept it? And then you can become the star of your story. You know, there was this documentary I watched a couple of years ago, and it was all about the B actors, the supporting actors. We see them all in the movies, right? Mm-hmm. We can recognize them, but we don't know their name. But they're in a lot of movies, right? We're like, I recognize that guy. And for many of us, that's how we live our life. We are that recognizable person, but no one can remember our name because you're not the star. But when you rewrite your story and you become the star, then you are radiant, then you are brilliant, and then you are the creator of your world. So that's why I do what I do.
Wow. I don't even know what to say. It's so powerful.
I just want to sit here and be like, tell me more stories.
Okay, I can tell more stories. I can tell more. Yeah, and so, you know, when we understand and when we know that there's so much more, there's so much more. And, you know, I used to hear people say, especially in the spiritual entrepreneur world, right? Mm-hmm. People are always saying, we are the creators of our reality, blah, 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 blah. But no one says how. No one goes any deeper. And so for a long time, I regurgitated that as well. We're the creators of our reality. What does that even mean? No one explains it. We all just say it. But what does it mean? When you become the star of your story, and when you stop being a supportive character in your story, I mean, we can write whatever we want. We can be, do, and have it all. We can be the magnificent version of ourselves if we want to be. And it all comes down to the concepts we hold of who we are. It all comes down to our beliefs. And there's this quote, I can't remember if it's by Dr. Bruce Lipton or someone else, but basically they say, show me a child between the age of 0 and 7 and I will show you the man. It's because when we are 0 through 7, that's when our subconscious is open, and that's when we're being programmed. All these beliefs. I have a toddler, I have a 3-year-old, and I watch him play. And I watch the things that people say about him, because he is just an open vessel right now. He can't reject any information. His conscious mind isn't fully developed. All he can do is accept. This is why children believe in the tooth fairy. This is why children believe in Santa Claus. If you say it's real, it's real. If you say it's scary, it's scary. The other day, my 12-year-old son, Jackson, said, "This is so scary." And now my 3-year-old just runs around the house saying, "This is so scary. It's so scary." Does he really understand what is so scary? No, but he's being programmed. And so it's the foundation of our beliefs. But if we never go back and re-examine who we are and why we believe the way we believe, and if we are living and creating a life in a world where we are a supporting actor in our story, we're just going to continue to create more of that. We will always be the supporting actor. But we're so much more than that. We can choose to create a life that is so much more. And so, 2 of the chapters that I've submitted in a book that I'm working on right now that I'm writing, it's called Magnificent Me, A Process for Higher Self-Creation. And there is a formula. There is a formula to create, because again, like we all say, we are the creators of our reality, but no one has given us a formula. I've come up with a formula for how we can quantum leap ourselves, how we can be the star, how we can be so much more that radiant diamond that we are. And so we have to go back to our imagination. We have to go back to believing anything and everything is possible. So what is that you desire? So many of us, we don't even know what we desire. And when we're stuck in these toxic relationships like I was, we stop dreaming because we dreamt so many times, and so many times our promises and our dreams were taken away from us. So we stopped dreaming. But now we can dream. We can be whatever we want to be. We can become whomever we want to become. And it's not like we're becoming a different person. We're stepping into the highest version of ourselves. And even then, as we have more awareness and we create more and more, we can see higher and higher and higher levels of greatness for us, because it was always within us. We just have to pull it out. So we have the imagination, and then we have tender. So in legal words, tender means ready, willing, and able. It's how you form a contract. You have to be ready, willing, and able. And so to transform, to step into this greatness, you have to be ready, willing, and able. Ready means you have to have that intense, burning desire to be something greater than what you are. You have to be able to think and imagine outside your current circumstances. You have to think beyond that. You have to be ready. And ready, I say it's the fire of desire. It's the motivation to keep you going. Then you have to be willing. Well, what is willing? Willing is the choice to continue. It's the choice to jump into the fire. It is the choice to burn. I'm from Oregon, and we have forest fires. It's like we have summer, and then at the end of summer, we have forest fire season. Our whole state sometimes is on fire. And I remember a couple of years ago, one of my favorite little wildernesses that I love to go and hike, it burned down completely. And I remember driving up there probably a month after the fire, and you could still see some of the trees smoldering. You could still see the embers. That's the burning. You have to be willing to burn when all the other fires are out. You are that tree that is still smoldering. When all the motivation, when all the fun is gone, you are still willing to do whatever it takes to face that discomfort and to face that fear, to burn, to jump into the fire. That's willing. And then ready, willing, able. Able is we will always dream within what we know is possible. So I could say to you, Laura, tell me the highest dream you have for yourself. You wouldn't have that dream if you didn't know that there was a part of you that was able to achieve that dream. Mm-hmm. And so able is knowing that once you jump into the fire, you will rise again from those ashes. And then consideration. In every contract, there's consideration. And consideration is usually the money. It's the exchange. Well, we'll enter into this contract and I will give you $50, $500, whatever. But in the contract, in the formula for transformation, for becoming magnificent, you have to be willing, ready, and able to exchange the old version of you for something higher. That's the price of transformation. So this is all what I speak about and write about, and what I love to talk about is helping people understand that there really is a formula and a process. And if you can get that, you can become anything. You can create anything. You can be the star of your story. Let's rewrite our stories.
So I like that the conversation kind of went full circle with yesterday's conversation. Yesterday we talked a lot about grief and transformation, and how grief isn't just, when you lose a loved one, it's also in your own personal growth. It's also when you don't even recognize that old version of you because you have grown so much, transformed so much, that person in the mirror is no longer the person looking in the mirror.
Yes.
Like, I love this price of transformation. Just, it makes me think that part of that price is the grief, but grief at its root is love, absolute love. And if you want that radiance and the determinedness, I guess, you have to understand that price is grief, but the other side of it is love. It's just so much love.
Yeah. And with and with that grief too, is that, so many people think, well, grief is the loss of a loved one. Well, grief is also letting go of that older version of you. Mm-hmm. And we can look at that older version. I can look at the woman who in her early 20s manifested her way around the world, who did all these great, amazing things, who got the full ride, who went to law school. and then who became this completely other person when she was in these very unhealthy, toxic relationships. But I can honor her through that grief and say thank you, because it was because of the older version of me. It was because of her resilience. It was because of her beliefs that she had of who she was and what was possible in her life. But it was also because of her and what she sacrificed and what she went through, I was able to emerge more powerful, more radiant, more determined than ever to become something more. But it was because of her. And I honor her for that. And I release her.
I had 2 videos playing in my head. So I process information by playing movies in my mind.
Ooh.
And the first one was this human being made out of leaves. And they're running along this path, and it's kind of like a relay race, but eventually the leaves are deteriorating and aging. So they are carrying a seed, but then they reach so far and the seed gets planted back in the leaves, which creates a new human being made of leaves that takes it even further. So then you're just getting that relay race of like leaf people. But then the second part was there's this seed at the bottom of a mountain, and this tree grows, and the tree releases a seed partway up the mountain. That seed grows, makes a tree, releases a seed higher up the mountain. And so like, it's just this series of helpful things to help you get to that next step. And you're not the same tree as the beginning tree, but the beginning tree helped you get there.
Yes.
Oh,
yes. Yeah.
Together.
Yeah. I look at it too, like a triangle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we have this triangle, and on one end of the triangle is the older version of us, is where we are right now.
Okay.
Yep. And so we want to get to the point. So if we, let's say the top of the triangle is B.
Mm-hmm.
So A is over here, then B, and C. So we are A, and we want to get to B, because B is a higher version of ourselves. But what is B? What's that point right there? Yeah. That is all our beliefs and assumptions, thoughts and ideas of who we are. So in order to get to this other version, we have to create new beliefs and new assumptions of who we are. So next to that triangle, there's another triangle.
It's like, I don't know if this is gonna work.
Because it's like what you're saying. We're constantly growing and shifting, and every time we become a higher version of ourselves, we have a new paradigm, right? And that's what our paradigm is. It's our thoughts, our actions, our behavior, our habits, our assumptions, every concept we have of ourselves. And so what happens is these two paradigms become in conflict. You have two thoughts. I believe that I am meant for more. That's the new paradigm, right? But the old paradigm says, no, you aren't. Who do you think you are? You're not going to be a best-selling author. You can't even write. You barely can speak. You're not going to speak on stages all over the world. You've never even stood on a stage and talked. This is where the determination comes from. And it's the friction of these two triangles that form the diamond, the radiance of who we are. Because when you look at a diamond, right, it's just a bunch of triangles that have been eroded. because it's in that friction when you have an older version of yourself and the newer version of yourself, that new paradigm, when they are in conflict, in friction, that's where growth happens. That's where the diamond is polished. And so, like your analogy of climbing the mountain, of the seeds each going higher and higher, we could also look at it as like a line of triangles. And they are the friction that we go through. Life's challenges can shape us and mold us into the brilliant, radiant diamond when it is for the higher and good. That's
Okay,
what
now I want to do this and be like, and then do that.
Yes.
Like, here it is, that little hole in the middle. Yeah.
You mentioned earlier that the book you're writing, you said there is a formula, and that made me think of one of the criticisms that the book or the movie Secret received. It was, they were talking about, okay, you say the affirmations and you do this, but it didn't bring the message across that all that has to follow with action.
Yeah.
And so it has to have the formula. It has to be the action. Just me sitting on my sofa and saying, oh, I believe I'm going to do this, and I believe I'm going to be like this, but I'm not following up with the actions and going through the peeling like an onion of getting rid of all my, in my subconscious, what was brought on as a child, or my life, environment and stuff. If you don't get rid of all that, nothing's going to happen.
That is so true. And I actually haven't watched The Secret, and I've never read the book either. But I do have thoughts about that as well. I think it's because my background in math and law, I like formulas because then it's easier to repeat. And this is why I came up with this formula of I call it in my book, I refer to it as the goal contract, because it kind of follows in law the formula for a contract. And that's what a goal is. It's a contract we have with ourselves. But then you take it a little bit further than that. I have the ABCs of the goal experience, because the goal, when you know that we are meant to embody, and embody is taking action, and that must be what was missed in The Secret, is that the goal becomes irrelevant when you know that it is the journey of becoming, because it is during that friction and taking action and showing up every day where the diamond is formed. And then once you know that, you become a person who is worthy of achieving whatever that end result is for you. So it's a process that is important, and you can't skip that. You have to go through the process. And so going back to what you were saying with The Secret, what we have and what I've noticed is that we have this intellectual understanding, right? Our conscious mind is the seat of our intelligence. It is where we can choose our thoughts. We can say intellectually, I'm going to become this magnificent version of myself. And then we have the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is where all our feelings and emotions, those deep-rooted beliefs that some of us, we don't even know we have. But it's our subconscious mind that propels our body to action. We can sit here all day long and we can talk intellectually, but if there is no emotional connection, it's never going to happen. I can say all day long, I'm a millionaire. I'm a millionaire. I'm a millionaire. Look at me. I've written it down. I'm prosperous. I'm abundant. But if there's no integration with the emotion, I can say it all day long. I can say every affirmation. That's why it's not just affirmations. You have to become emotionally attached to that belief. And that belief has to go down in your subconscious. But what you have in your subconscious is a different belief. Money doesn't grow on trees. That ain't going to happen for you. You got to work hard and keep on dreaming. That's not happening from you. You come from a poor family, and that happens for everyone else, but not for you. So you have to look at your beliefs, because it's your beliefs that drive your behavior. And so what you have is a gap. And this is what I see, is people aren't integrating their head knowledge with their heart beliefs. And what you have in this gap space is a fog. That's cognitive dissonance. And anyone who's been in a relationship with a narcissist, we know about cognitive dissonance, because that's the fog that we live in. Because we have this head knowledge, this guy is an asshole, this relationship sucks, I hate my life. But then down here, we're like, but I love him. Sometimes he's nice. We have kids together. So guess what? Which one wins? Is it the head knowledge or the heart knowledge, or the heart feelings? And until we can close that gap, nothing is going to change in your life. And maybe that's what the secret misses, is they don't show you how to close that gap. And there's only two ways to close that gap. One is a big emotional impact. Okay. Usually at big emotional impacts, those are negative. Think of COVID-19. Think of 9/11. Those are big emotional impacts that shifted the consciousness of the world. Right? It shifted it immediately. The other way to close the gap is by constant spaced repetition. And so you have to take that affirmation, and every day you have to get emotional with it. You have to visualize. You have to go into your imagination. You have to write. And that's why I like the power of writing, because writing plants those beliefs and those ideas, those concepts of who you think intellectually who you are. It brings it down into your subconscious. So every day you have to take action. And as you take action, so if we go back to the triangle, right? We're bridging the gap. We're bridging the gap, because eventually over time and over action, I'm like, how do I do this? Here's the triangle. So eventually, through constant daily action that you take every day, the gap between the triangles closes. And when they close, you have integrated the intellectual knowledge with the heartfelt emotion, and the belief has changed. That concept of you has changed. So I think that's probably what The Secret's missing. Again, I haven't read it, but that's how you close the gap. And that's how you get out of the fog. And that's how you manifest and create the life you truly desire. You have to bridge that gap.
Yeah. The movie The Secret basically talks a lot about how to minimize your resistance. So if we're thinking, the engineering math side of things, which I love, I took engineering. I love all this stuff. Physics was my favorite.
Me too.
So it's like applied math. Yay. Basically it was like, if this is the line of what you want, and you have this tension up here, you have to get rid of that friction and have those things align. But if there's no vector, right, direction and magnitude, you're not going anywhere. You're still just sitting there. And so that's what they forgot, is you need that magnitude, that thing that brings you forward, whatever that goal is in front of you, and you need to start working your way to that. So I love that we brought all that in. I like the whole visual. It's so good.
Yes,
but I want
me too.
I want to talk a little bit of, okay, we only have about 5 more minutes left.
Oh, shoot.
We lose time, I know I want to talk to you forever. Before we run out of time, I want to make sure that we know where to find you and what your favorite way of communicating is.
So I'm on Facebook right now. I'm still working on my website and on a membership site I'm creating, which is an accountability group. It's called Rewrite the Fairy Tale. And it is how to integrate our head knowledge with our heart knowledge, and how to close the gap, how to bridge the gap so that we can become these magnificent versions of ourselves. So yes, so right now, just find me on Facebook and follow me. And as soon as I have more stuff created, my goal is to get these sites done and launched by the new year.
I forgot I was working on my website. Thank you for the reminder. I was like, oh yeah, I knew there was something else I was supposed to be working on. Okay, that's okay. No, I love that you're in that process too. Are you rebranding, or are you kind of just getting your website started?
I'm just getting started. You know, I'm shifting from the older version of me. I'm not a practicing attorney right now, although I'm licensed and stuff, and I do some consulting and I speak about that. But I really am getting more into the personal development space. It's just how it's all unfolding. You know, it's like we set everything in motion, we take action, and then we sit back and let the universe kind of craft out, and then we take action and follow. So that's kind of what I'm doing.
No, that works. So then I also like to hold space at the end of an interview, just in case there's something in your head or on your heart that you need to share with people. So if there's something that you need to leave people with right now, what would that be?
Well, okay. So picture your life like a flip book. Do you remember those flip books? I have kids, so everything I talk about has a reference to some childhood thing. Yeah.
Oh my God, the person's running. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so we live in the eternal moment, and every moment is a snapshot. It's the picture. And when we have so many of those snapshots, of those pictures of our life, then we put it in this flip book, and it has the illusion that we are moving and that we are creating and that we are doing something. And so many of us, our flip book is based on our current situation and our current circumstances. So we flip through the book and we see the actions, but we're not going anywhere. We're just creating more of the same, because we're living from our current situation. But when we can think beyond our current situation, and we can envision a higher, more magnificent version of us doing something incredible, living our passion, whatever that is, we can go in our mind and we can create that snapshot. And now our flip book looks so much different. Let's create more of those. That's living from the wish fulfilled. And so I guess to leave people with that, when you think about everything you are doing, don't live from the current situations. Don't base your mood, don't base your thoughts, don't base your desire on what you currently have. Think greater, think beyond, so that when you flip through that book and you have all these little snapshots, you're creating something so big, so magnificent, fully expanded, beautiful version of you.
That sounds so nice. Book flip. Now I want to create like a mini one with about 30 pages.
I know.
And just doodle me with like a little crown or something on my head.
Yes. Putting your tiara on.
Oh, I don't even have one around. Usually I have props. What's this? We'll do this. We'll pretend this is my crown.
Ooh, I like it.
I want to say thank you so much, Stephany, for being here and for playing with us, having some laughs, going really deep. It was really fun.
I love this. So thank you so much for having me. And yeah, I look forward to some more conversations in the future.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Bye, Stephany.
Great meeting you, Stephany.
You too.
So
our next guest is running a few minutes late.
I thought this one, did you start it at 8 o'clock or at 10 o'clock your time or 11?
11 my time.
Oh, that's why, because it used to be like 7.
Well, I'm in Atlantic, so I'm an hour ahead of Eastern.
Okay, that's right. That's right. I forget. Because I'm like, it used to be like when I did, it was like from 7 a.m. until 10:30 my time. It's like, it's almost 11.
You also joined us later today.
Yeah, I know, but it's like it would have been like hour and a half, not half an hour late.
Oh, stretch. Okay. There we go. Yeah, because this last time slot goes from 2:45 my time to 3:30. And then we end the live at 3:30 my time, which is 2:30 Eastern. But then I still have the behind the scenes. This is backstage knowledge. Oh, I still have behind the scenes. What I do is a check-in. Okay. Because we never know where the conversations are going to go throughout the day. And we never know what people are dealing with behind the scenes. And so I always make sure that preferably our last guest, as well as my co-host, have a little bit of time after the show is over, while we're not live, to just talk about how we're feeling, talk about how the day went, get anything off our chest we need to get off. Because with that background of mental health, I want to make sure I'm not leaving somebody in a space that they can't get out of themselves.
True.
Right? We've had some really deep, dark conversations during the show before, and it has triggered some people. And so I'm like, I have to do this every time. I have to make sure we check in. So,
yeah. Cool.
Yeah. So I sent an email. We will just wait. I will.
And this is the last person?
This is the last person. Oh, I'm going to stand my desk up. You just
That's what I just did.
That's
what I just did because like my butt was going numb.
Well, I have my chair and then I have a pillow behind me. But then I also, to keep my legs moving, I got to stand up. Hold on. Oh my God. To keep my legs moving, I keep a foam roller under my desk. Because then I just go la, 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 la. And then the blood keeps flowing to my legs while I'm sitting down.
Well,
and I have this problem where, let's pretend this is my chair. But if my legs are on the edge like this, then I'll start to lose circulation in my legs. And so with my feet on this, it makes sure that they're up a little bit. A little. That's all I need. It's just the back of my knees not to be on the chair.
And I have my lacrosse balls under my desk always, where I roll my feet on it. Like one is soft and one is spiky. After a while, I just switch them so both feet get acupuncture.
Yeah.
I love it.
Okay, part of me really wants to just snuggle in the blanket. I'm not that cold right now. I'm actually feeling pretty good. So since we have some time, Ani, and I tucked my blanket over there, you and I get to chat.
Yes.
Just you and me. What do you want to talk about?
Oh my God. Okay. So I'm on a tour, I'm on a tour bus with me and two of Janet's securities, male and female at the beginning. They were so quiet. I kept complaining, like, people, like, you don't talk on a bus. Like, what the heck? So they're both from Kansas City. So one night after show, we come on a bus. It's about 1 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
John, one of the security, he goes, "So, Ani, what do you want to talk about?" And I just bust into, "Let's talk about sex, baby. Let's talk about you." He's looking at me. He's like, "You are from California." I'm like, it was just so easy. You walked into it.
Oh, you got me on that one for sure. Okay, that'll be the soundtrack song for this part of the interview. Now what I really want to do is go back through some of our interviews and just write down the songs that pop up into my head. Because I'm an 80s kid, which means song lyrics are references and sentences in everyday conversation. So now I'm like, how many songs pop into my head?
Yeah.
I wonder if I could create like a curated list.
Playlist.
Here's the Blue Talks playlist from D3. Amplify your message. Oh, it's so good. Okay. But okay, what do you want to talk about? Has any sort of questions been asked of you or popped into your head lately around this whole idea of your message or maybe amplifying your message? Because if you and I could take some time to maybe answer some of those or talk about it, I think that would be really helpful too.
Well, one of the things usually comes up and that I see in a lot of entrepreneurs is their message, is what we think our message should be, but what the people, our audience wants is completely different. And as an entrepreneur, getting to that point of knowing exactly what your message should be, it's really hard.
That is we could do an entire 4.5 hours just on that. Okay. So where do we start? I think there's so many layers to this that as an individual, as well as a community, I think there needs to be that conversation. Because me with my own story, there are certain parts of my story that I'm going to share, whether my audience likes it or not, because no. Here's the other side, right? The other side of it. Because the things that I want to talk about are going to magnetize and attract the types of people that also need to hear that part of the conversation. So there are going to be people in my audience that love when I talk about storytelling and high performance in marketing. Mm-hmm. And they're going to hate when I talk about self-awareness and wellness. That's just who they are. And I completely get it because that's not their thing. But I know, as somebody who has done the research, done the work on myself in the business, all of it, that they're all connected. And so those are the 4 pillars that make me, my message, and my business work flawlessly for me.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's like, I know that certain parts of my audience are going to gravitate to certain pieces of me and certain skill sets that I have more than others.
True. And I think also recognizing this is what I learned when I was taking a NLP master practitioner course. It's like there are in the audience, there are 4 types of people. The people that want to know the why, and then what it is, how to do it, and what if. I'm the how person. Oh my God, we had this guy in the audience, was the why guy, and I wanted to kill him. because he just kept asking questions. And I'm thinking, would you just let him get to the part when he teaches how we do it, and then we figure out the why? But in the, in our conversations, in our talks, we need to address all of it.
Exactly.
So everyone in the audience, doesn't matter if they're the why, or the what, or the how person, or what if person, they get what they came in for.
Yeah.
But it's hard because I love I'm just going to teach you this. This is how we're going to do it. And I just want to bypass the other parts.
We play a lot of games in our family, like a lot of board games. And when we get a new board game, all of us are kind of like, oh, we have to learn new rules. But my husband is definitely a rule whore. That's what we call him. I'm sorry for language. Should have put a warning. But anyway, he loves rules.
Oh, I grew up in a family of engineers. Both my parents were engineers. And my dad would say, if they were like trying to help me with my homework, they're like, well, why do you think that is? I'm like, could you just tell me how, like the answer? They're like, but no, you need to understand. I'm like, I don't need to understand. Just tell me the freaking answer.
Yeah. So like most of the rule books, like he'll read through the rule book because he's one of the fastest readers. And then he just kind of regurgitates to us the key points. But he does it the same way as the rule books. But that's not how I work. Yeah. So the rule books are usually like, here's what all the pieces mean. Here's how you use the pieces. I was like, no. I need to know how to win the game. What is the point of winning the game? Now, once I know that, tell me how to do that. I'll learn the pieces as we go. But like, I need to know where the goal is. And then I can start figuring out how to walk to the goal.
Yeah.
It drives him crazy because he doesn't think that way. He's like, no, I need to know the definitions of the things and what the things are so that I know the proper language when we get to that point of knowing how to win the game. And I was like, no.
Yeah. And I loved, actually, we're at the seminar and the doctor, he's a PhD in psychology, what example he brought, like with at the time, his wife, he goes, the difference, like knowing your partners, how they function. Mm-hmm. If you talk to them the way you think, not the way you function, but the way they function, it would be much happier marriage. Like sometimes the example, if I remember correctly, he brought is like, for me, you have to ask me, do you want water? Not like you say, oh, it's kind of hot. And they just kind of, you think the person is going to say, oh, do you want some water? It's like, no, you have to say, I want water, instead of saying, it's kind of hot in here.
Yeah. Please be able to future pace my
intention. It's like I don't read your mind. I'm not going to read your mind. Like for some people, it's like, oh, yeah, I can like say, oh, well, do you want some water? Mm. Instead of like, okay, I want some water.
Yeah. So then bringing that into the messages that we're trying to convey to people, I guess really the big thing here is that people want different things. And if you come up with a message that doesn't feel good for you, you're not going to want to share it. No matter who you're sharing it with, even if you do it perfectly for that person, you're not going to do it. Mm-hmm. So is there anything that you found out about yourself in the way that you like to talk about your message or share your message? You mentioned you don't like repeating yourself over and over.
Well, I'm learning. I'm actually learning, and it's really hard. It's driving me crazy. Mm-hmm. But I'm learning that, no, I have to repeat it because, yes, and I do recognize sometimes it's like, you know what? Like, especially like sometimes when Corey talks about different things, like, okay, I heard that, the spider method and the other method, like so many times. But if you say, yeah, Annie, you heard it so many times. Oh, what happened?
I don't know. Your camera got shut off.
Yeah. That's, hold on. Mm-hmm. I think I clicked it.
Oh,
Probably. I
what
don't
is
know.
that?
Yeah, my camera just
Oh,
went
it's
out.
as if your monitor or your camera isn't plugged in anymore.
That's weird because it is plugged in, but the light went out. My lights went out. That is bizarre because, yeah, my camera just went off, but I don't understand because I didn't touch anything. That is so weird.
I hope it didn't die. I've had tech die in the middle of doing things. It's
Maybe
not
it
a fun thing.
overheated.
Oh, it flashed for a second.
Yeah.
Try unplugging it and plugging
That's
it.
exactly what I'm doing. I'm unplugging and then I'm not plugging
Tip
this
number
up.
1, turn it off, turn it back on again.
It is weird. What is? I have no idea. That is so weird. Like, huh. Just
I can make you feel
decided.
better for a second by doing this. But I don't want to do that to our audience.
Just, no, but it is so, I have no idea. Yeah, see, it's like doing something.
Yeah.
It's like it wants to come back, but it doesn't.
I wonder if there's a quick button that switches your camera input. I don't think there is, but who knows? I don't know all the quick links anymore.
It says Control E, that turned off. But yeah, I don't know why. I have the external Logix camera, which was fine, and then it went out.
If you want to restart, I will be here. It's another suggestion. It's always like turn it back or turn it off.
I know, right?
Tech is so fun. I have a song that we sing in the house. It's going to be slightly more swearing, but my version of swearing. So it's like making shit up as I go. And that's what we sing. So I'm all, oh, wait. Checking my email while I'm at it to see what our next guest is up to. Nope, still not seeing anything. Okay, so we're going to talk by ourselves. I'll talk by myself. That works. So we were talking about messages. Or are you going to join me?
You talk. I'm going to, I have no idea what to do.
Okay. So we're talking about messages. We're talking about how do you really come up with your message? How do you share it in a way that your audience feels good? I noticed a lot of things, but this big one is driving me crazy. So Ani, when I talk about the message that I have with people, I'm constantly rephrasing it so that I can play with wording and how people respond. Excuse me. And the way that they want me to talk about things is different than the way that I want to talk about things, complete with hiccups, apparently, just like you started with at the very beginning. Because Sorry.
No, go ahead. Because my camera, I was just testing my camera and it worked, but here it doesn't work.
You might just have to come.
You know what? Let me drop out and then come back.
Yeah, it's all good. So in the middle of my career, I guess, in business for myself, I called myself a mental health for high performance coach. And what I noticed was that when I used the words mental health, people started to do this. They're like, oh no, something that's difficult to talk about. I don't want to talk about that. And so they would shy away. They would send me comments like DMs so that it wasn't public. That was nice. But they didn't want to put in the public effort because they thought, oh my God, I have to be vulnerable. I have to talk about mental health. Oh my God, it's scary. It takes a lot of courage to do that. I can see you.
Yeah, for some reason, it StreamYard, it changed my video, my camera.
Okay. So I was just saying how a few years ago in my career, I called myself a mental health for high performance coach. And when I used the words mental health, people didn't like that because it was scary for them. It was like this taboo topic. And so I'd get more DMs than I would get engagement on my posts. Because they're like, we want to learn about it, but we don't want to say that we want to learn about it. And so I realized that there are certain terms that when I'm introducing myself to people, it depends on the audience. And the more general the audience, the more general we have to be in our language. So then when I switched to what I call myself as a courageous connection coach now, I still do mental health for high performance, but I don't present it that way. Now it's like, what is the positive thing we are aiming toward? So I'm solution oriented, not problem oriented.
Yeah.
Which is usually where most of the marketing people will tell you to stay is, what problem are you solving? What problem are you solving? Speak to the problem. Not when the problem is something people don't want to talk about. That doesn't work.
True.
So then this whole courageous connection piece, courage is both seen as good and something that's uncomfortable. Connection is something that we want, both with our audience as well as ourselves. But then there's also the second layer of this, that is the solution that your client thinks that they want and the problem that you're actually solving behind the scenes.
Yes. And it's sometimes it could be like two different things.
Yep.
Definitely. You know, it's like, it's easier for me to bring an example is when the client comes to me for pain. Let's say they have neck pain.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I go work somewhere else because I know the root cause of their neck pain is something else. And you should see their like facial expression, or some of them do say, that's not what it hurts. And I have to say like, yeah, I know, but the root cause is here. Let's fix this. And then I'll come back to your neck and see what's left over. And most of the time it goes away. But it's that, you know, the client, sometimes it depends, are they ready to accept that or they're not? And some may not be, and it's absolutely okay.
Yep.
You know, not everyone is supposed to be our clients. Not everyone's supposed to, or we're not supposed to work with everyone, which is in your conscious mind. Sometimes you're like, yeah. But and then I still, when I send out newsletter and I see an unsubscribe, and I'm thinking, what the, like, you know, even though I'm like, it's okay, but deep down I'm like, I send good information. What do you mean you unsubscribe for my newsletter? But I go unsubscribe from people's newsletters too.
Yes.
You know, so it's it's this like a fine balance, and I think that was one of the reasons when I forget her name, when I came into part of it, where you said the study, you know, before COVID, it was like 3 in 1. Now it's like very high, you know, stress and in entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
It's because we're in this constant, seems like we're in this constant like fight amongst, like within ourselves.
Of course. I mean, many entrepreneurs get into this business or this way of business because they tend to struggle in the typical 9-to-5 or with a job.
I've never had one.
You've never
I've never had a corporate job. I probably would make a horrible employee.
See,
Yeah, I can never be. So my sister is totally opposite. It's like when I talk about my stuff, like she doesn't understand. And then when she talks about my stuff, I'm thinking, well, if you don't like it, just leave your job. You're like, it's not that easy, you know, to like leave and then go find, because you don't know the next company. You don't know if it's going to be better or worse. So,
and the job might be better, but the people might be worse.
Exactly. And I cannot relate to it because to me is, I'm going to do my own thing. Even if I make heck of a lot less, I'll learn how to live with less. but I cannot go work 9 to 5.
I used to, and I used to be pretty good at it, but that's what I saw as safe, not what I actually wanted. And then the inside of me was slowly dying.
The safe is an illusion.
I know.
The corporate safe is a total illusion, especially nowadays.
But I never grew up knowing anybody that was an entrepreneur or that was self-employed. That wasn't even an option. I didn't even hear about that until grade 7, I think it was, when I went away for a science and entrepreneurship camp. I was like, what is entrepreneurship? But I like science, so let's go to this camp. Plus, I just wanted away from my parents. It's all good. It's all good. And my brother, apparently, because it was at that age. But I loved it. Once I understood what entrepreneurship was, I was like, why was this never an option spoken about at school?
Yeah.
Because this would have been me all the way.
That's one of the things, they still talk about, that our school system, and, you're in Canada, I'm in the US, but they say our school system is set up to create workers, not independent thinking entrepreneurs.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, that's true. So coming back to the message part, I like that there's the reason that people think they're coming to us, and then there's the work that we actually do, which is seemingly different. And I joke all the time. I'm like, many entrepreneurs, they want to find new clients. And I keep telling them, stop trying to find them. Because when you find them, there's only about 3% of the people who are ready. And they're all trying to find the people who are ready. Well, when everybody is fighting for that 3%, of course it's going to seem hard. So then my phrase basically is like, well, why don't you just create them? But creation takes connection. Creation takes courage. Creation takes building relationships. Creation takes time and effort. It takes treating people like human beings instead of transactions. And that's work. So we don't want to do that.
Yes. And I love that you say it takes time, because especially nowadays, and we all see it, especially on LinkedIn. It's like someone sent you a connection request, and right as soon as you hit accept, the message pops up. I can get you 25 to 50 new customers or hot leads. And actually what I did the other day on Facebook, when someone sends me a connection request, I want to make sure that we have like mutual connections.
Yeah, of course.
And it could be because of, let's say, the different groups, like Blue Talks groups or whatever. So I do accept them. And then it was this young coach, very young. And the next thing, she sends me a private message saying, you pay only when I get you 25 to 30 qualified leads. And usually I would go and block her first, unfollow and block her. That's what I would usually do.
Yep.
But I don't know why that day, I guess I was feeling nice or something. I sent her a message. I replied to her message. I said, I would have blocked you and unfriended you. But I just wanted to let you know that I just accepted your connection request. This is where you would start building a relationship instead of just selling me something that you know nothing about me.
Yep.
And I thought for sure she would unfollow me or unfriend me or come back with some nasty remark. She said absolutely nothing. And I swear to you, a week later, she follows up with the exact same message as she did before. How about if you only pay me if I get you 25 to 30 subscribers, like 30 hot leads? And I'm like, okay, it's time. Goodbye. I just blocked her.
I call that I don't know where I heard this, but somebody described it as the, hi, nice to meet you, marry me.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, that's not how this works. Unless it was a prearranged marriage, but then the prearranged marriage has a lot of conversation before that initial meeting. No.
Yeah.
But yeah, it takes work, and it takes understanding of the human being and what your needs are, what your desires are, what your wants are.
Exactly. Yeah. More wants instead of needs, because usually we think of, oh, people need this. They need to know this information. It's like, yeah, the need doesn't buy, doesn't pay. The want does.
So then the question is, how do we get them to understand that the need can also be a want, and getting that kind of energy behind it to get them to take action?
That's the magic when...
That's the magic. But
Yeah.
that's where relationships come in, because then you
Exactly.
know what they are motivated by. And they're all different.
Yes.
All of them. Why are people messaging me? Okay. I keep getting this message. I'm just going to say it here. I put up a post talking about me looking for somebody's house that I can house sit.
Okay.
Right? Which kind of blends into some of our conversation today.
Oh, I saw that. I thought you were looking for a house sitter.
People think I'm moving. People think I'm moving out. People think I'm like leaving my relationship. That is not what's happening. Just putting it out there for the many people. But what is happening is we talked about identity all day today, all this week, pretty much, in every single conversation we've had. And what this is about for me is last year I had my 39th birthday, and I wanted to invite my closest friends. So I put out the invite to my closest friends.
I know you said no one showed up.
and then Facebook was like, oh, you want to invite your whole friends list? I was like, no, I have friends that live all over the world. They're not going to drive to Truro, Nova Scotia, take a flight here to come see me for my birthday. So then I'm thinking, oh my God, there are going to be people that I didn't want to see at my house for my birthday, and with other friends that I know that they don't get along with, the whole mess in my head. And you know what happened? Okay, you know what happened. But people listening, you know what happened? My parents showed up and my brother showed up. Nobody else showed up. But that was also after me basically asking the universe to surround me with people that actually love and care about me.
Mm.
For a scenario, because this has happened before, what if I was in the hospital? Which ones of my friends would actually drive or fly or come see me in the hospital if something happened? And the universe was like, none of them. So I was like, I need some better friends that feel like friends, that actually care about me, not just on my best days, but also on my worst days. Because I do kind of go through those cycles of the ups and downs. I'm not the type of person that every day goes, Ani, this is what I was up to today. I love you. Here's a GIF.
Oh, please don't
Or
ever
like
do that.
A pun image or something like that.
Don't ever do that to me.
Right? I'm not that person. I can go months without talking to you and then all of a sudden send you a message telling you how much I love you. That's me. I'm the random messenger. So I have friends that don't like that. And then I have other friends, and that's who they are too, and it works. But I wanted more people aligned with where I'm going and less people with where I used to be.
Mm-hmm.
So the universe was like, that's fine. We're just going to clean everything out. So now this year, what I've decided to do for my 40th birthday, which is in 2 months, okay, less than 2 months. It's at the end of January. I am turning 40. I want to go somewhere by myself. But I also haven't been working in my business because I've been working on my health, which means I don't have the extra funds to pay for a hotel or something like that to go someplace. But I am perfectly happy to look after somebody's cat or somebody's house while they're on vacation going somewhere. I don't mind trading. So I'm like, can I find a place to house sit somewhere-ish around my birthday and just spend a few days, maybe a couple weeks, but I don't really want to go that long, to just be by myself and figure out who I am without all of those roles that I play, because I haven't had a chance to do that. And I'm just learning now at 40 who I am. So I'm like,
Yeah.
I want to get to know this version so that I can hit the ground running next year and be like, this is who I am. I'm feeling comfortable. This is what she looks like. Here's how I want her to be. I know what I want to do. Let's just go. So
And I was going to suggest, well, in the beginning of February, I think we're going back to Vegas for Janet's residency. I'll have a room there. You can come hang out with me.
In Vegas? See, now I got to get airfare.
But only airfare.
Sorry?
But only airfare. You don't have to pay to
I know. Yeah. But I am also thinking of offering, I do what's called the story session, which basically is the emotional dip. When people talk about the dip or the valley, I want to know what's the pattern behind all of your dips, behind all of your valleys. And that's the emotional dip. So I do story sessions for that, which is 60 to 90 minutes. And my daughter's trying to go to Toronto in June. So I figure if I put the offer in with the whole Christmas thing and then not actually do them until the new year, because I want to be in the headspace because I need to be to do them, then I can give people a discount and give her part of it. And I also have a scholarship. So I keep part of that basically in an account or in my head that says, okay, I've sold so many. Now I can offer a free one to somebody who needs it. Right? Because I don't ever want somebody to feel like they can never afford my services.
Yeah.
Because I was always that person where I'm like, I know I need you. I desperately need you. I don't even have $10 for groceries right now.
Yeah.
And so I never want anybody to feel like that.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. That's actually great. When your daughter goes to Toronto, I hope there is a way, especially in June, she'll be able to go to Stratford, which is, I think, hour and a half north of Toronto. It's a very Shakespearean town. In June, they have art festival that people from all around the world, they come. Just look up Stratford.
Stratford.
I went there a few years ago. I went to the June Art Festival. And then about 20 minutes outside of Stratford, there is Amish Mennonite town, St. Jacobs.
Okay.
Like people with horse and buggies.
Oh, fun.
But the Shakespearean town, it's beautiful. I stayed at this awesome Airbnb right next to the Shakespearean garden. And I would go and just hang out. It was so cool.
Yeah, she's going with the school. So they have...
they have their
tour company that takes them to different places and does different things, but she's never been anywhere. And my husband and I grew up poor, so we never went anywhere. Like my parents saved for 5 years so that we could take the ferry across. Like we lived 10 minutes from the ferry terminal to PEI, so that we could take the ferry across to PEI, camp, and go to a water park for one day, and then take the bridge back. 2-day vacation in a campground. Like saved for 5 years to do that. That's not what we want to happen with our daughter. So she's doing a lot of fundraising with the school, and I want to be able to help with what I do best, to just help her go and be like, here's some spending money. Here's to make sure that you have food every day. Please bring me back something.
That's awesome.
Right. But there's so much going on. We have about 5 minutes before we end.
Yes.
You never know where people are or how life happens. So you and I just chatted and it was fine. Thank you. For being a part of this.
No, thank you for having me come on and join you and experience and meet all these amazing people. I love how each personality that comes on, they're so different. And then you find like some common ground or something that you will relate to them, but just learning their stories and what they're working on and how they're helping others. So it's fun. Invite me anytime.
Invite you anytime. I also want to highlight that you got to be the main host of the last Blue Talks Amplifier message because I was busy emceeing the Experts Boot Camp. I just want to highlight you again and be like, thank you.
Thank
You
you.
were
That was
yeah.
so much fun. I'm telling you that because of that, I decided I'm going to start a podcast and I'm working on it. So it's going to be so much fun.
I get to be part of your podcast, right?
Yes.
I would love
Actually,
to.
I have on my monitor here, I have possible guests and I'm like writing names down. So when I'm ready to invite guests to speak on pain relief, because that's what my podcast is going to be about, is I can reach out to people and say, would you like to be on my podcast?
I think part of your podcast near the end, you should be like, oh, I love this conversation so much. I would love to know if you know anybody that would love to have a similar conversation, and just kind of like get referrals from people.
Mm-hmm.
And I know we talked about tourism a lot, because when you were on tour, you would go to different cities and you would find something unique about those cities. And then you do what I do, where you take it and you're like, how do I make these two seemingly random things connect? I love that you can do that too. Apparently not.
You know what? Actually, because of you mentioning the tourism again, I need to keep you around my life, because you make me come up about, I did some research and I'm going to start within my YouTube channel, I'm going to start a separate playlist, and I'm going to give how to travel or be on a road and stay pain-free. Or if you have certain pain issues and you want to travel, how to do it so you can actually enjoy. So I'm going to start that playlist.
I need to watch that one too.
Going to start a video on that. So
traveling is definitely painful. Especially when your plane is canceled, they refuse to give you a hotel and you're forced to sleep on the benches at the airport. Yeah, I did not have a good time.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. So, it's like having some few hacks and few solutions. So, yeah.
I love this. So I just want to end the day by saying thank you so much to my co-host, Ani, our co-host earlier, Wendy, and for all of our guests for joining us with and without your tech issues. Because flexibility is fun, as Heidi says. This is the end of day 3. We will be back tomorrow. And I always say the same bat time, same bat channel for bLU Talks day 4, which is from 10 a.m. Eastern to 2:30 p.m. Eastern. We get to end on time today, Ani.
Thank you again for making me part of this awesome experience. And it was so cool. I loved it. So thank you.
Before we go, I just want to know if there's any sort of insight that stood out to you today out of all of our conversations.
Oh my God, there's so many. Actually, one of the guests that completely, I loved her story, but where she's taking, remind me the law doctor with the green shirt. Stephany Ann. Yes, Stephany Ann. I mean, just her story from losing her home to the hurricane and being in, relationships, but what she's creating is just, I love that. It's not that other people's stories weren't, fascinating, but somehow I think it was also because of her green shirt, which was gorgeous green, and she had the nail polish with the rings. Exactly. I almost was gonna say that match that she completely stood out for me. Yes.
Yeah. And I think one of my favorite things was when Dr. Jennifer was talking about redoing her book just so that she could talk about the root or the core or how things are connected on that deeper level versus trying to just be the surface level or specific surface levels, like so many people are. But that whole pattern of wanting to get to the core, I keep seeing that in all of our conversations too.
Yeah.
The identity, getting to the core. People don't want to spend time doing all the extra work. They just take me to the point. Siri, take me to the internet. I want
You
to
know,
be there now.
it's so funny. I was married to a federal officer, and our conversations would be, he would say, Ani, yes or no? I'm like, it's not a yes or no answer. I got to give he goes, yes or no. You know? I'm like, I feel like I'm in being like questioned, you know?
Yeah, it's never yes or no. Okay, I could talk to you forever. I will talk to you in the backstage, but for everyone else watching, thank you for watching live and on the replay. Share your favorite pieces and your favorite insights with those that you feel needed. This is all about amplifying your message. We're going to talk about it in different ways. And we will see you again tomorrow. Remember, 10 a.m. Eastern, same bad time, same bad channel. Bye, everyone. And then we're going to sing a dance. And in the stream,